I'm Scott Gilbert, Professor of Economics at Southern Illinois University, Carbondale, also the Faculty Advisor for our Blockchain Economics Club, and most recently, one of the board members for our SIUC Blockchain Initiative that we started this spring. And I am ready to reimagine 2020.
Salman Tite. I'm a bachelor student in Prague College. And I'm a student that is participating in our blockchain club, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
My name's Anish. I'm a graduating senior, heading out of college, I guess this week. I'm going to be working at Google next semester, and I am the current vice president of the blockchain club at UT Dallas, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
It's Federico Viola. I'm from Argentina. I'm a professor of ethics at the Catholic University of Santa Fe. Santa Fe is my city. And I'm ready to imagine 2020.
I'm Ashton Barger. I'm a senior at my University of Ohio, about to graduate in a week. And I am the strategic advisor to my University Blockchain Club, and I was the president last year. We get ready to reimagine 2020.
Coming up next. Stay tuned to learn more about the state of the art in blockchain and cryptocurrency technology. Reimagine 2020.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another university segment of the Reimagine 2020 Virtual Blockchain Conference. I'm Ashley Meredith, Head of Education at Mousebelt Blockchain Accelerator, and I'm here with Catherine Carlisle, Senior Managing Director of the Blockchain Center for Excellence. That's over at the Sam M. Walton School of Business at the University of Arkansas. And we're here today to get an inside look at some of the blockchain programming you guys have got going on over there. Thank you so much, Catherine, for joining. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, we're really excited to have you on and kind of tell our students what you guys have going on, and maybe provide some insight for other departments who are looking to do similar things. And also with the large student audience that we have, kind of tell us how you got into the space and maybe any practical advice or anything like that. So I guess maybe you can tell me what was your background before you got into blockchain, and then how did you get to be the senior managing director of a blockchain center?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have an accounting background, international business focus, and I have just always been drawn to technology personally. And so pretty early on, like 2013, 2014, was also kind of dating a tech nerd, and we followed this Bitcoin thing, bought in a little bit early just to follow the news, have some skin in the game. And that kind of just led to a continual learning. I ended up working in community development and sustainable development for a nonprofit, and started seeing a lot of real tangible use for things like blockchain technology and cryptocurrency. This led me to pursue a master's degree in digital currency from the University of Nicosia, and just had a very transformative educational experience there, where I got really passionate about this. And so started wanting to expand my experience with startups and other companies, and began to consult on my own a little bit with the knowledge I had learned there. And so consulted on my own for a little bit, also worked in areas like data analytics, and ended up moving to Northwest Arkansas, where in May of 2018, they just opened the Blockchain Center of Excellence, and kind of found a perfect fit there with working at a place that is really a hub for being able to, not just start a project and if it ends, if it fails, or that type of scenario. It's a continual kind of revolving door for exciting ideas and partnerships, and that was just very attractive to me. So when the opportunity came, I definitely wanted to join their team.
Yeah, there's definitely a benefit to having an institution around, like the university. I mean, I come from academia. I was a professor, tutor, TA, graduate student for 12 plus years. So there's definitely a benefit of having like this institution that is always there, no matter the people that come in and out, that can kind of have these long-term projects. There's definitely pitfalls, I think, to blockchain adoption at universities because of bureaucracy, and sometimes universities are slow to adopt new tech, but that's definitely one benefit. I wanted to go back a little bit. So you were in nonprofit world. What was the specific use case that you're seeing? What kind of problems were you thinking that blockchain could solve?
Yes. So I worked for a nonprofit called Heifer International. They work towards ending hunger and poverty while caring for the earth in 24 different countries around the world. And kind of a few of us in the finance team really resonated, with what things like Bitcoin stood for, with financial equity and kind of democratizing that access to people. And what we did at Heifer was kind of work to we did that mission by giving gifts of maybe like livestock or resources to smallholder farmers. And sometimes those resources include financial resources, and having the ability to do things with microloans or microinsurance, or just giving people, a bank account essentially on their mobile phone is life-changing for a lot of these very entrepreneurial, fast-growing emerging economies that people can't get these traditional infrastructure and services that we have in a more developed region of the world. And so we began looking at those things and started a blockchain initiatives team that kind of worked on different use cases. It's really a heavy research, kind of try to find partnerships, and maybe a few don't pan out, but I think especially the nonprofit and even the university space is a great place to be able to get traction on blockchain use cases, just because right now there is more of like a social element on your return rather than maybe like a solid P&L return for implementing blockchain. It's you're really impacting people's lives, and I think these types of organizations are best set up to do that right now.
Mm-hmm. So maybe the financial investment isn't, or return on implementing blockchain isn't quite as clear or large. I know that a ton of enterprise are looking at it, and in some cases it seems like it's going to be really costly to implement, and how much money is it actually going to save. But the things that blockchain can do have such social good that it really makes sense for universities, nonprofits to start using it. So that's really great for our students to hear, people who want to make a difference and who want to continue to work in academia or want to join the nonprofit space. It seems like no matter where you go, and this is what I see with students who come from all over, it's about what you would expect. Like our community, 60% data scientists, computer scientists, engineers, but the rest of those is all law, communications. So there's
Yeah.
like a huge opportunity that if you have domain expertise in blockchain, you can apply it to anything. And then there's going to be spaces opening up, like a blockchain research division of a nonprofit. That's super great. Another thing I think it's great for nonprofits is like transparency and crypto giving. Did your company take crypto donations?
Yes. So in my work with Heifer, we started accepting cryptocurrencies in 2015.
Wow.
You can go on their site now and donate Litecoin, Stellar, Ripple, Bitcoin. That it took really building out kind of internal accounting procedures and policies there, and that's why that background was helpful for me, is because you're setting up different segregation of duties, where do your private keys live, all of this stuff that you don't normally think about with traditional giving. And so that's been part of it. We have a team actually in my role as kind of a blockchain advisor, still working with them. We have a team working on product development for a donation tracker. And that's been really exciting to think about how you can transform donor trust and help nonprofits at the same time. You feel like you're solving this need of connecting this new generation of donors who really rely on database decision making and transparency from nonprofits. And it's been difficult for a lot of nonprofits who have served a completely different generation to just transform overnight to serving new needs for new donors that are so ingrained with how their process has worked for years. And so that's been exciting to kind of almost be a part of this revolution for how people help each other in a more transparent and more efficient and cost-effective way.
Yeah, so maybe I can ask a question about University of Arkansas, and that'll move us on to talking more about the center. But as far as crypto giving is something that I've really advocated for the last 2 years. So you guys started the center in May 2018. That's when I joined blockchain space as well. So the last 2 years, I kind of keep my ear to the ground on all things universities, pretty much know most of the programs that were out there. Actually, you said you got a certificate from Nicosia, and just for anyone watching or listening who might not be familiar, it is one of the first blockchain schools out there. So most people probably do know about it, but maybe you could just tell the students watching, do you recommend it, or how was that experience for you?
Yeah, I absolutely recommend it. The University of Nicosia has a free massive open online course, so a free MOOC available for learning about introduction to digital currency. That was the first class I took there, and then you can go on from that class to enter. It's actually a full-blown master's program, so you can earn a master's degree in digital currency from the University of Nicosia. It was the first university to offer such a degree program, and it was started by Andreas Antonopoulos, who is an icon in the Bitcoin and decentralized cryptocurrency space, as being a thought leader. And some of the classes and courses are taught by other experts or Andreas sometimes himself. And so that's what really made it stand out as a program to me. And it's great to be able to get a feel for that workload and what the course is about at first for free. And then you can actually sign on and commit to time and to doing that. And so I definitely recommend that program, but there are so many free, magnificent resources online also for learning. I think the advantage for having something like a university program not only just provides that credibility to transition between maybe traditional industries and in the startup world, or it provides that credibility, but also real networks and maybe people that you can, meeting in a class every week, you're able to build real connections with people who have shared interest or maybe complementary skills to you. And that's something you can't necessarily find, for free on a YouTube video, right? And so that's what we think we definitely offer as a true, core advantage to having an actual course and class with fellow, people interested in this topic.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about, I kind of made sense to me, the incentive to have the stamp of approval from an accredited university. If people are going to devote that much time, they need some skin in the game, some investment that they've made. I feel like sometimes people are more likely to take a class if it's paid for, but also when it's at a university, you have that institution, right? You have this thing where there's a professor, there's a mentor, there's people to interact with. So that's great. It just reminded me to ask you about that program as I was going through kind of the blockchain education news that I've been following the last 2 years. So definitely check out that program. Any students watching, we have a presentation on a certificate program at Portland State University that's going to be part of the conference. If anyone wants to check out, that's for anyone, not just matriculated students. Anyone can get a business of blockchain certificate. And then I've got to plug Mousebelt University, my program. We've got 3 classes. It's just 8 weeks of each. I do a leadership class, which is just how to confidently and competently talk about crypto, network, how to throw a conference or hackathon, and just kind of why blockchain is important, and then engineering and business class. And then we have the community of students from like 100 schools in 24 countries. And there's also another great segment I hope people will tune into called Breaking into Blockchain, where we interview about 5 Mousebelt University students who have now gotten jobs in the crypto space at places like Crypto Briefing, The Block, venture capital internships, things like that. So plugging all of those programs. But yeah, to go back a bit, what I've been telling administrators is there's like maybe a handful of schools that do crypto giving, and anytime a school starts to take crypto, it's a huge thing in the news, because in crypto news, at least, like you can really set yourself apart by adopting these things early, and it's been well received, or there's like one person who's really into it and like fighting for it. So I'm just curious if University of Arkansas takes crypto donations, or if the center does.
We've definitely looked into different things, like how can we diversify, our college's profit, maybe by something like mining, or, crypto giving, or whatever that looks like, or even kind of incentivizing things like our annual hackathons or conference, to do it that way with maybe like a type of coin reward. Or I think why that gets difficult maybe in a conversation in a university setting is because you do have so much responsibility to steward money that has been given to you, maybe, by taxpayers of your state, or, donors for your college that have given really generous gifts. And I think because of the volatility and the uncertainty in this space, it's really difficult to have a conversation about, responsible stewardship in a practical way when it comes to, holding cryptocurrencies. I think it's possible to build really solid policies around how you handle maybe holding cryptocurrencies, or maybe even exchanging those in a timely manner to just kind of maintain the integrity of the gift. But it's a really exciting idea to think about how you can diversify revenue with things like cryptocurrencies and digital assets.
Yeah, we've been thinking a lot about the potential to run staking pools and nodes, because of you have so many students who are just like want to learn how to do blockchain, and a great way to learn is to actually do it. So have them set up a node and collect block rewards for what, and this would be different kinds of cryptocurrency that are actually able to do that. But yeah, all interesting stuff. So now on the topic of the center, tell me a little more about, you said it was founded 2 years ago. Who kind of started that? What's the mission there? What are you trying to see happen?
So we first kind of got the signal in 2018 to really bring this together in a formal way. Our dean is extremely progressive and a great leader, and has really entrusted this space to us. Our students were spilling out, like over 100 signing up for this hackathon that we had in the fall of 2017. That was just honestly kind of piecemeal together, like, here, we're just going to give this a shot. Let's throw a blockchain hackathon, see what the reaction is. And it was just overwhelmingly embraced by our student population. And they were so excited. The projects were so amazing, in just like a 24-hour period. And so it really solidified for us the idea of this is something we need to pursue. We had conversations with our corporate partners in the area that were also interested in this technology. They were also investing in it. in hiring people and looking at researching systems. And we're lucky enough to partner with the world's largest retailer, Walmart, and other huge Fortune 500 companies like JB Hunt and Tyson Foods that are all actually very active in leading this space. And so we had this perfect storm of student interest and faculty passion for it, as well as corporate partners that also wanted to hire people with these types of skills and knowledge. And so that was when it was really clear that setting up a center or entity within our business school, within our information systems department that was already very strong with our data analytics and being able to provide just that caliber of quality student coming from an information systems background, which is kind of this crossover between tech and business. And so we had just the right space to plant this idea in this center. And so our mission, our vision is really to develop these students and to be a place where we're a premier blockchain application and research center for things really specific, also like maybe supply chain innovation or retail analytics. And we want a balanced approach. We want to do things with public and private and hybrid blockchains. We want to really make sure we're introducing people in a comprehensive way to the different avenues or paths they could take in this industry. So that's kind of why we got started and how we got started. And that's definitely evolved in the last 2 years. We've grown our team and offer 7 different courses right now within the information systems department. You can take undergraduate as well as graduate level courses. We have what's been really popular is our blockchain minor because it's such a cross-disciplinary topic that we may have students from marketing or finance or information systems that are all interested in this minor, or blockchain concentrations, as well as certificate programs. And so we've been working really hard on building out that content, hiring some of the most incredible minds that I personally think are in this space. Dr. Mary Lassity and Dr. Dan Conway are two of our clinical professors and leaders of our blockchain center. And so it's just been a privilege to kind of see this even take form. It's still taking form, over the last year. And that's been really exciting.
Yeah, no, that's the excitement that our students have, right? It's really fun to be part of such an emerging industry and really feel like you are shaping it. Mm-hmm. So with the kind of story of how the center got started, you saw a big student interest and that kind of triggered okay, we should do this. I see at most schools, it is all student interest, and there's 100-person blockchain clubs and they're teaching their own classes. And we sponsored UCLA's first ever undergraduate blockchain engineering course, and they had 60 students sign up for it. They had to open registration twice. Yet, we still don't see a lot of the adoption from the university. And it's there's a student demand. They're your customers, they're ready to pay for it. You're going to charge them tuition. Why aren't you moving some resources around to invest in this more? So I feel like you kind of need 3 things that you had pointed out, right? Maybe even 4, which is to have a center, an actual lab that's going to be an part of the institution, which is faculty passion, you said, right? Student interest and corporate partners. Because right now there's so few professors with any expertise that we really need industry to come in. And I think that there's some friction with university and industry sometimes. I know, at least even from my position as someone who feels like a steward of students, I am very careful to vet any corporate people that we work with and who I allow access to the students, just because, you don't want them to get exploited or anything like that. So I understand it a little bit, but I think it hinders the progress a bit. So you need those 3 things. And then maybe even a 4th thing, which is cross-campus or interdisciplinary collaboration. And I talk to a lot of campuses that are really fragmented, and they're really vertical. There's not a lot of cross-vertical collaboration on these projects, and blockchain just touches so much of other industries that you need to have like the engineering department and the business department working together.
And I would even add to that the legal department or the law school of wherever you're working. That's kind of been unique for us. It is difficult to decide on a university level where a center lives, or there has to be a natural fit. And I think that is dependent upon the context and the culture of what the university is about or what their strengths are. But we have absolute leaders in each college that have really they're a part of what we'd call our academic faculty network. We have our Blockchain Center of Excellence staff, but we also highly collaborate with others in our network at our university, and that's helped us really also bring in students from so many different areas and backgrounds and majors to. When we host a hackathon, we can say, build a team, build a diverse team, have somebody, with technical skills, have somebody with, passion for solving business problems, and have somebody with legal knowledge. And it really gives you a product at the end of the day, or like a pitch at the end of the day in the hackathon, where you see the whole picture of something that could, gain a lot of excitement from these corporate partners. And that's what they want to see. They want to see the full idea fleshed out. And so that's what's been fun is, making those connections and bringing everybody on board, because it's not something that, one area can specifically own. It's open, right? It's meant to be shared. It's open source. So that's the kind of mentality and approach we want to take from an educational perspective when we're considering, a technology that's the ethos. That's what it's about, is making it open.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch non-blockchain companies as they adopt this, and we're not used to collaborating in the way that blockchain kind of necessitates and allows for. So it's exciting to be in the blockchain industry and just see how much people are just willing to work together. It's not competitive, right? So always encouraging more collaboration, more cross-campus, cross-departmental, interdisciplinary stuff going on. So I just have like one more question, and then we can share some final thoughts, especially with any students watching who might be wanting to get into the blockchain space. But this is a pretty global event, and we're just checking in with everyone. And I'm curious a little bit more about what you see in your school and then the region of Arkansas. Some campuses, it's a really tech focus. I know a school in Australia, the student mentioned to me, yeah, it's actually a lot of law students who are interested on our campus. So it's just cool to see, like, what are the particular interests in your region and at your school?
Yeah, I think we live in a region that is definitely, retail minded, definitely, managerial business skills are critical. But we also, have an entrepreneurial spin in there. So I see, anything from, blockchain for art, NFT startups, to we have a student company that spinned out from our engineering school from participating in our blockchain hackathons the last, 2 or 3 years. And so we definitely have a good mix of engineering and business. We have a lot of legal interests, but it's not so much in the startup space, I guess. That's more of our traditional enterprise route. So there's probably a clear, enterprise path you can take, or an entrepreneurial path you could take if you had those interests in Arkansas specifically. But what's neat about it is Arkansas is a relatively close, business community, technology community, where you have a smaller degree of separation from maybe some really fascinating, influential leaders in the business area or in the blockchain space. And so that's what's kind of unique about working with the University of Arkansas.
Yeah, you're a lot closer to some big, it's the Walmart, has been in blockchain for a long time too, and is the Sam M. Walton School of Business. So yeah, that's an interesting point. Maybe if anyone's thinking about a move to Arkansas, there's some benefits. So any last words for our students about if they're thinking about getting into blockchain, or maybe something you would have told yourself a few years ago before getting into blockchain?
I would definitely say to really succeed in a professional capacity in this space, you want to have that sweet spot combination of, something you're passionate about, something you can actually do or know about, and something you can make money with and or sustain a living with, right? And so I think that takes incredible perseverance. You need to find maybe something niche. I found like blockchain technology and, just aggressively pursue learning on that thing. And you need to be confident that that's the future. You need to, have that spark of this could change the world. This is what, I believe we'll end up seeing in the long term. And I think the more you learn about that and just try to become an expert in that thing that you love, that confidently, in yourself that is gonna, be something that may disrupt an entire industry or, a field. I think that's kind of the thing that was the key differentiator for me to think, this is worth pursuing with everything. And so that was great for me. If you're a student that wants to learn more, please visit our website, blockchain.uark.edu. That's our center website. You can sign up. We have a virtual, completely free, 100% virtual conference this October. We'll have keynotes like Nick Szabo, Paul Brody from EY, a great mix of leaders in this field and leaders in education and people working on really interesting startup ideas as well. It's going to be October 1st and 2nd, and we'll have registration up for that really soon. But we'd love for you to just check us out and email us at blockchain@uark.edu if you want to learn more.
Great plug. That event sounds awesome. We'll try to make sure any notes people can find you after they watch this. Thanks again, Catherine, for joining on. And this has been another university segment of the Reimagine 2020 Blockchain Conference. Have a good day, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
I'm gonna
Stay tuned to learn more about the state of blockchain education at major universities all around the world. Reimagine 2020.
Dear Journal, this is quarantine day 5. I don't know how long we're gonna make it. All our supplies are running out. All the Oreos, Coke Zeros, not here anymore. I really hope we make it out of this.
Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Toilet paper stay stocked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Toilet paper stay stocked up.
I've been glued to my phone waiting on breaking news. Group text from my friends is just a big black naked dude. Ooh, you got me, you motherfuckers just got me. I done ate up all of my rations, now I guess I gotta go shopping. How the hell did I gain 20 pounds in 3 days? Loaded up on tuna fish, forgot the mayonnaise. I love the family time, but there's so much I can take. Now every time I take a dump, it's like a 2-hour break up in this
quarantine. We locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Toilet paper stay stocked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Toilet paper stay stocked up.
Dear Journal, quarantine, day 10. The girls have been out of school now for 7 days. I swear to God, they're getting dumber. We're gonna get past this. I just don't know how much I can take.
Damn, I've been bored as hell.
Up in this bitch.
And if you need a plug, I got that Purell.
Up in this bitch.
Crypto is the only point of
sell. Up in this bitch. And if you deal with cash, you can go to hell. You better switch. Yeah, that gamer tag is Vegas 2-0 if you want it. When I leave the house, I look like Sub-Zero buying chronic. Everybody's got a buddy with conspiracy theories, so I just practice social distancing so you can't get near me. Up in this
Quarantine.
we locked up.
Quarantine.
We locked up.
Quarantine.
We locked up.
Toilet paper stay stocked up. Quarantine.
We locked up.
Quarantine.
We locked up.
Quarantine.
We locked up.
Toilet paper stay stocked up.
Dr. Fauci Nakamoto here, advising all of you on CryptoVid-19, reminding you to quarantine your private keys. Now, don't forget that if they aren't your keys, it's not your crypto. Be sure to put a mask over your hardware wallets.
And now, a lesson from the crypt. What? Oh, the crypto glossary. ROI, return on investment. This is the project profit expressed as a percentage of the invested capital. Return on invested capital is an important indicator of the effectiveness of the use of project assets.
Hi, it's Miss Crypto Cleo here, your favorite futures telling psychic. Are you unsure whether to go long, short, or market buy? Not sure which of your altcoins is going to move next? No problem. Call me at 1-800-555-MOON and Miss Crypto Cleo will tell your futures. Oh, here we have a caller now. Hello, it's Miss Crypto Cleo. How can I tell your future?
Hi, Miss Crypto Cleo. First off, I just want to say that I really love your show, and I want to know, is XRP going to 589? Thanks so much.
We just caught word of some breaking news. People are outside of Parliament demanding that the High Chancellor answer their questions. The people are chanting, "When Moon, when Lambo." When Moon, when Lambo. Back to you.
My name is Tyler Olson. I am the University Program Director at Mousebelt, and I am here today with Jeremy and Michael. How you guys doing?
Good.
Awesome, man. Thanks for having us.
Right on. Yeah, man, I'm glad to have you here and to help us think about how we might reimagine 2020 going forward. So maybe to get us started, I'm interested to hear y'all's background. What sort of got you into the crypto space and blockchain, and what specifically interests y'all about distributed ledger technology and just really the whole shebang there? What's going on?
Yeah, Mike, I'll let you take the floor, Buckaroo.
All right. So undergrad, I studied political science, and I've always wanted to get more involved in public policy and foreign policy, and just seeing how the systems have been evolved in the past, 20, 30 years when it comes to legislation, whether here in America or abroad in other developing countries. I've seen there's either a lot of corruption or there is a lot of bureaucracy slowing things down. So learning more about blockchain has helped me understand how the future could be shaped and molded and being transparent and open when it comes to supply chain and just in general, even with voting. But initially, my interest derived from attempting to help people from a policy standpoint. And after attending a couple of conferences, it kind of helped me realize, what this technology can do long term, whether it's with the remittance industry, helping people send and receive money overseas, or creating transparent ways for businesses to communicate. So I'd say from an academic perspective was what really brought blockchain into light for me.
That's interesting. I wonder what you think about the roots of Bitcoin and of cryptocurrency being non-academic. Do you think that that's a conflict, or do you think that it sort of undermines the fundamental tenets of where this thing started out?
So it's really interesting you mentioned it being non-academic, even though it is. But the core philosophies that Bitcoin is backed by is fully studied in many different schools of thought. So I think even though this wasn't publicly announced or researched or created by an institution, it was created by people, and we are the ones that are collaborators and formers of institutions. So in a unique way, I do believe that even though Bitcoin wasn't particularly academic or built as that kind of a route, its philosophy definitely is.
Great, thanks. Jeremy, how did you get interested into cryptocurrency, and what about it interests you?
Yeah, for sure. So pretty much I've been in the space now going 6 years. To kind of give you some background on myself, I studied sport management in my undergrad, and now MBA in my grad studies. So sport management is obviously totally out of the sorts within this field, right? So how I got introduced to crypto primarily was a buddy of mine. One day he was like, "Hey, Jeremy, you could really make a lot of money off this thing." And then he introduced me to Coinbase and then how to trade on Coinbase and buy. And this is when Coinbase was all clunky and it had that blue background. So, I started going into it, trading, looking at how different strategies and how to trade Bitcoin. And in essence, it was just more of like a get rich quick kind of thing, right? Like the trading aspect of things. But then obviously, like the majority of the people in the market back in 2017, 18, we lost a lot of money in the dip. So then now that kind of pushed me on and challenged me to kind of learn the underpinnings of what Bitcoin is built on and the self-sovereignty aspects of it, right? How can it liberate not only an individual, but whole economic structures, right? It totally challenges the status quo in all facets, right? So, I kept diving into the rabbit hole, started reading up on, all these complexities. And then here we are. I just ended up, believing that blockchain, aside from the crypto aspect, blockchain has so many capabilities of expanding and disrupting industries worldwide in all of them, right? Stemming from supply chain all the way to, like Michael mentioned, bureaucracies of all sorts. It really has a lot of implications.
Yeah, man, it's interesting to hear that what drew you in, like many others, was the sort of get rich quick idea, right? The get rich quick mentality wants to bring us in, and we sort of go in for trading in a new kind of market, which is running 24 hours a day. And, you know, you can sort of capitalize on these extreme swings in volatility, which is a good thing if you're a good trader and a bad thing if you're someone who is really married to the idea that you're going to get rich quick.
Right.
And in a lot of ways, you know, the sort of 2018 bear market, after we saw a lot of these coins hit their all-time high, especially Bitcoin going all the way up to 20,000. One of the good things about the 2018 bear market was that it discouraged a lot of participants who were just there for the get rich quick mentality from sticking around. Now, it's not necessarily a good thing to discourage people who are just trying to sort of store their wealth there or be an investor, but it is a good thing when you're discouraging projects that are, you know, shilling empty promises, as it were, just so that they can get a lot of money. Because what you find is that the people who are going to stick around in a very bloody bear market are those ones who want to put their head down and actually build out the technology that they see having, you know, very important implications for the way that society is structured in the future, for the way that we rebuild the internet, which, you know, connects us as we continue to globalize, and the way that we rebuild the financial institutions that we sort of work with. So all of that is to say that a bear market like that can be really good because it does a lot for people like us, by way of trying to rethink exactly why we want to be here in this space. And then all of a sudden it opens up this door where you see that there's actually a lot to this technology. There's a lot of technical people working in this space that are trying to do some amazing things, you know, and it's all sort of married in this really interesting way with, you know, political theories and different economic theories and sort of notions of democracy and what have you. And so I think that with that, we see that there's a big demand to actually start learning a lot about what's actually going on here underneath the hood. And so this brings me to my next point, is that there's this increasing demand for education, right? We all need to become more educated on exactly what this stuff is, why it's important. And that's why in our case here at Mousebelt, we wanted to develop a university arm, because we realized that there was a lack of education around distributed ledger technologies, asking the philosophical questions of decentralization and what that has to do with our political concepts of democracy and governance and all of this stuff, right? We saw that there was a lack of education in our educational institutions. And so we wanted to do whatever we could to provide support around those students and professors and whoever that felt like they needed support in getting something like educational platform for this stuff off the ground. So maybe you could tell me a little bit about the state of blockchain in your region, and maybe more specifically at your institution, and kind of what are y'all doing with your club at Mount St. Mary's to help facilitate those types of conversations around blockchain education. Michael, we can start with you.
Okay, well, at Mount St. Mary's, we were the first ones to start the club, and our entire concept was, how do we introduce blockchain and this tech, this disruptive tech, to a predominantly an old university. Majority of the majors are revolving around liberal arts, with also a very small computer science group of students, right? We believe that the best way to do so is to, host, whether it was bi-weekly or a monthly meeting, and trying to introduce the ideas of blockchain. What is Bitcoin? How is it used? The philosophy of money, how money has changed over time. on the politics and the governance behind these concepts. And with the Corona stuff, we weren't able as much to have semesters basically over. What we want to do moving forward is attempt to have virtual conference calls or meetings, and being able to bring other blockchain enthusiasts or blockchain presidents from different universities to come to our university and speak to students, and bring I guess more of a outside perspective there. And the last thing I'd say is how we can integrate it down the line into the general DC area cohort of other blockchain clubs that exist in the DC area, because compared to DC and Maryland and Virginia, we don't have that many clubs compared to the West or the Northeast. So we would like to be able to grow on that kind of scale. And Jeremy, what do you think?
Yeah, no, I think you're pretty solid. I mean, when we first, like Michael mentioned, when we first started this club, it was pretty much us two that were really into this technology, into this space, if you will, right? And on campus is actually really funny because we were the only two people that were well known to be like
this is crypto enthusiast.
And what evangelizing it, right? It's like we were just gloating about it, like, oh, blockchain could be used in this, or blockchain could be used in that. And then a lot of professors and students alike, they're like, what the heck are you guys talking about? Like, what's a blockchain, right? So then we started the club, and what we started noticing is how, to us, is easy, right? Because we're passionate about this field. We really love how it challenges all philosophies of all fields, right? When it comes to economic philosophies, to even just the rationality of things. How is it a viable option to be used in the real world? Is there a use case for it? And again, we understand it, but for the layman, if you will, they're like, it's so complex. Like describing what the internet was back in the early 2000s is like, what the heck is an email? So it's like Michael said, we had to kind of break it down and explain, okay, let's talk about the experiment of money. What is money? Where we came from salt and seashells to gold, and then now we're paperback. All right, now where are we? And then now that starts stimulating a train of thought of, okay, so we don't really have this solidified, this whole money thing. What the heck is that? And then we introduce blockchain and on the various aspects and complexities that are built upon that. So yeah, long story short, we're just trying to provoke people's mindset into what is really going on and how can they just implement in their daily lives and daily activities. Yeah, I kind of went on a rant there, so I'm sorry.
No. Do you recall the first time that you heard something that a professor of yours said, or maybe just a peer? Do you remember the first time that you had suggested that maybe blockchain would be like a solution to some problem, or what was really the first time that you had to throw that out there and they sort of raised eyebrows, or they were puzzled by what you were saying? Do you?
For sure. I remember really fondly, I'm in the gym one day, I'm just getting my workout in, and a really cool professor that I was cool with at the time, still am. And I was studying this one project that's called Poet. And pretty much what that project does is it timestamps any work that is done on the internet, right? So it avoids plagiarism or anything. Kind of like what us college students use, the turn it in system, right? You turn it in and then it scans your material, see if you copied and pasted it, how much of it has been plagiarized, so on and so forth. So I bring it up to to the professor. I'm like, hey, I think this project could be really cool to integrate it into the university's, you know, academic ecosystem. You know, now it's a cheaper alternative. You don't have to turn it in X amount of money, however much you pay them on a yearly or contractual subscription. It's completely decentralized or distributed in the sense that not only the students have access, but professors could go in and check the validity and authenticity of the work. And he was just mind boggled. He was like, oh crap, like, what is this called? So, you know, we just, again, that kind of got him into the whole rabbit hole of blockchain. And then he came back to me and told me a couple ideas, and yeah, he just kept challenging each other. So that's kind of the first instance in which I was like, okay, this could be used on a higher ed level.
Yeah, it's great. It's like a sort of breakthrough moment for yourself, I would imagine, just to see that you're like, oh, I've actually got this stuff down to where I can actually identify a real use case here.
Yeah, but I was dubbed crazy though. I was. I mean, you know, that doesn't stray from the fact that, you know, a lot of professors still look at me like I have 3 heads. Like, what the heck is this kid talking about? So it's like it was really, it's really interesting. I'll say that.
First they doubt you, then they hate you, and then they, oh, how's that?
They want to be you.
They want to be you, and they want to join you.
Exactly.
Okay, so so then what sort of projects are y'all involved in now? You know, I know that y'all are both co-founders of Mass Adoption, your LLC. Maybe you want to tell me a little bit about that. What is Mass Adoption, and what are y'all's respective roles there?
So we're going to start off. Mass Adoption is an education platform to help people understand what blockchain and cryptocurrencies are, whether they are a simple user or a business that would like to adopt and integrate that into their whether it's their revenue, how they collect their funds, or how, you know, they send information in any way aspect. If they want to integrate it on their supply chain, we would like to help them, one, understand, do the research and help them understand where it could be implemented, and then the next step would be assisting them in actually creating that process. As of right now, Jeremy and I have been doing a lot of research on various projects. Jeremy has been doing actually collaborative work with various different projects like token sets. And me, on the other hand, I've been looking into more personal projects that people are working on, people that I know. For an example, a friend of mine who works for Native Hemp, which is a CBD company based out of Maryland, asked me to help him figure out a way to track their CBD from where it's coming from their farmer to when it was packaged, all on a QR code where they can trace this information. And as of right now, we're doing the research for it, trying to figure out who in the game is already doing that and those kind of things. Another thing that I'm working on is a clothing line a friend of mine is creating called Wear My Heart on My Sleeve. And the concept is to essentially tokenize his clothing and put a ERC20 token per item that he is creating. What I'm helping him try to understand is how could your token be a value that could be traded in your whole entire with your products, and have the value of the token grow, rather than creating one token and having that represent one item of clothing. Then, you know, it's like trying to help him understand the tokenomics of how you can integrate something. How can you create your token and that be distributed, received, and sent, but also represent your clothing. So those are the kind of things that I've been working on in the past couple weeks. And Jeremy, you can brief him on what you've been working on.
Yeah, so pretty much, like Michael said, Mass Adoption is primarily an education first organization, a company. Our goal is to expedite and to also make people understand that blockchain tech and cryptocurrency projects have real use case and you can actually integrate it into your daily activities. Me primarily, I'm obviously you see I'm big on decentralized finance, you know, but now the moniker of DeFi, right, is primarily within the Ethereum space, you know, and what we're trying to do is not only introduce people to Ethereum-based products or projects, I should say, such as token sets, Ampleforth, Balancer, Uniswap, a whole bunch of a whole ecosystem, right, of platforms and projects that have incredible potential. It's also to make people understand that it's not just Ethereum. Bitcoin is the originator of decentralized finance, right? As far as liberation goes. So it's kind of making people aware. So then with that being said, yeah, I've been collaborating with the token sets. I'm actually a social trader on the token set platform, working closely with Blockchain Education Network, Block Geeks, and Mouseville University, you know, just really trying to branch out and make collaborative efforts to let people know that this has real use case, and that you could, in essence, it's separating people and banks, right? Money from banks. That's pretty much what this entire thing is about, is the self-sovereignty aspect of things, and that's what we're trying to institute and make aware. So yeah, that's where we're at, man. That's the goal.
Well, I know that I've certainly learned a lot from you guys, especially about the decentralized finance ecosystem that's been growing on Ethereum. And so I thank you for that. And we're starting to run out of time here, so maybe we can just close on this. I would like to know how the both of you think we might reimagine 2020. It's been a crazy year in a lot of respects. Already only 4 months into it, starting the 5th month here. So how do you feel like we go forward from here? And do you have any, predictions for cryptocurrency and blockchain in the future under the same kind of rubric? What are you guys thinking?
Oh man.
I think that's a great question, and it's funny how the name of the conference is Reimagine, because that's literally what we that's our foundation. Is our slogan is Let's Change Perspective, and that's exactly what we're trying to do, is in essence reimagine what our daily activities would be. And I think, given the circumstances where we're at with this whole coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic, we have to reimagine our future going forward, right? It's so I see huge potentiality when it comes to blockchain use case. I mean, we're seeing it in all economies throughout the world, especially now with all this quantitative easing and turmoil that's going on. We're going to see a totally new opinion and sentiment when it comes to monetary policy. That's primarily what I'm thinking about, the economic aspects of things and how countries and people in general will view money. That's going to be the turning point. The turning point is, what is money going forward, and how can I use it to benefit myself and my funds and my assets? How can I secure my assets going forward? I think that is a question that's going to be continuously challenged until we get everything right. So that's my reimagination of things going 2020. There it is.
Reimagining money. It's an important question there. What is money? Michael, how about you?
I think being able to reimagine 2020 is going to consist of doing a lot of what we're already doing, which is adapting to the circumstances. As of right now, you got millions of conference calls happening on Zoom, people finding a new way to relocate within their own home and do work. The fact that we're able to understand that work can be done from home versus people not knowing that they can have a full-time or a part-time job from their laptop. I think that's like one of the biggest stepping stones or shifts that I've seen in the past 3-4 months. But when it comes to the blockchain space, I really agree with what Jeremy just finished off saying. Being able to reimagining how we view money, how we operate, how we vote, all these things that are challenging us. How many businesses or industries operate on just a cash-based system? I mean, that is ridiculous, right? These are the things that we are forced to reimagine moving forward within not just 2020, but just using this technology. You mentioned, imagine 15, 20 years ago, Jerry mentioned what was email then, right? Imagine teaching people that. That's why I feel like we're teaching people about wallets and how to send and receive. Those are the things that I think that we are just breaking ice on.
Boom.
Great. Well, Jeremy, Michael, I really appreciate both of you taking some time to share your thoughts on blockchain and cryptocurrency and the need for education in the space, as well as your thoughts on how we can reimagine things going forward. Before we sign off here, is there any website or any place that people who are tuning in can go to learn more about mass adoption?
Yeah, so right now we're building out the website. It should be coming out soon, so stay tuned for that. But we're always available on Twitter. That's primarily where we're at. At least you could follow the Mass Adoption Twitter account. Is Mass Adoption LLC, at Mass Adoption LLC on Twitter. And you could follow our individual Twitter accounts as well. Mine, for instance, is Guz_Mass_Adopt, and Michael is Ask Me About Bitcoin, right?
Yep, at Michael Abraha 7.
There it is.
Beautiful. All right, guys, thank you so much. We'll talk soon.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So.
Coming up next. Stay tuned to learn more about the state of the art in blockchain and cryptocurrency technology. Reimagine 2020.
Fanciful leaders of this world, and wannabe authorities of all stripes. You thought that you could just print infinite money, did you? Well, the decentralized world of cryptocurrencies is on the rise. It's only a matter of time before the intricate web of blockchain architecture and distributed governance enables so much financial and existential freedom that your model becomes obsolete. Good luck. Time is running out.
In a world full of ICO scams, vaporware, and Ponzi schemes, we wish to remember those who have passed on. Rest in peace, dear friends.
Breaking news, this just in. Justin's son has officially announced when he will officially announce that big announcement he announced on Twitter last week. More details to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Hey, we're back with another university segment of Reimagine 2020. I'm Roshan Marajkar, the University Program Assistant Director at Massachusetts University, and we're here with Anurag, the Consulting Director of the King's College London Blockchain Society. Anurag, why don't we start by telling everyone your background and how you got into blockchain?
Hi, I'm going into my final year of political economy at King's, and my background is both in economic policy and international relations. And how I got into blockchain first was looking into how these two fields are being modernized. So in terms of economic policy, we see central banks using CBDCs, and with international relations, we have things like e-voting and the promotion of e-governance generally. And so once I got into those two, fintech, law tech, all of those just came naturally.
Yeah, that's great. And really interested to know more about the structure of KCL blockchain and how you all manage different projects.
So KCL Blockchain is a student-led society at King's College London, and we focus mainly on exploring the overlap between technology, law, and enterprise. So the structure of the society is generally quite flexible and interdisciplinary. So we have members from a variety of different subjects, ranging from law to computer science to biomed even. And the society has 3 streams. So generally we label projects as label, business, or tech, but the streams don't really form like an official divide in the society. We have members working on different streams all the time, and the streams often work collaboratively on different projects. And yeah, that's basically KCL Blockchain.
Yeah, that's really interesting to hear how you all are unique in the way that you divide your organization. So how are blockchain initiatives in general at King's College, and what is the state of things? Any thoughts on that?
Hi, so I'm the president of technology at King's College London Blockchain Society, and in our tech stream and in general in the society, one of the things we value the most is teaching blockchain concepts to our newest members. And that is why we worked with some very important blockchains, for example, Zilliqa, to host workshops, for example. We had before in the November period, 4 weeks of workshops with Zilliqa teaching how to create a business revolving around blockchain. From the technical side, coding smart contracts, learning their platform, all the way up to the business side. Another thing we are very involved in is technical competitions. We co-hosted one of the largest blockchain competitions together with Stake Zero. It's called Future of Blockchain, and it has a global reach. There are universities from all over the world participating, blockchains from all over the world sponsoring the competition. This year, the competition was held in London, at Cambridge, and even in Berlin. And basically, some numbers about the competition. There are 160 teams participated this year, 600 participants, and we have been working for 3 months on many in-house products to participate. So the idea for this competition is that you build basically a startup, or you build a project and take it as far as you can during these three months. And what we did inside our society, we built 3 products basically. The first one involved payments, and that was about that was on Zilliqa. We also built a crowdfunding platform, again on Zilliqa, and both of these won first and second prize. But I think the one we're the most proud of is actually our in-house startup, QVote. And a trend, a very important thing, something we really like in our society, we're very interested in, is e-voting, as Anurag mentioned earlier. In fact, QVote is born on the idea of bringing quadratic voting to corporate boards, basically. That is how what our business is about, and we actually use it in our own society to hold our own internal elections. It's actually live right now. We have our website. Everything is it's fully working. It's an actual business inside of our society. You can check it out even if you want. qvote.uk. And in terms of voting, something else we're involved in, also with a consulting group, is Electis. So Electis is this project that was born in Europe, and now it's global. And we are one of the participating universities. The idea is to create this decentralized network supporting a voting protocol that is completely open source and usable by anyone. We've been involved in some of the smart contract programming and involved in the consulting aspects. And Anurag, if you want to talk about what we did with consulting.
Now that we've covered sort of the tech aspects to what KCL blockchain is doing, how are the initiatives on the business and legal side in the UK and the projects that you're working on?
Yeah, so we started off in the society mainly focused on typical fintech, smart contracts, and just the basic stuff. But throughout the last year, we've definitely tried diversifying a bit. And so, for example, we've built up a pretty big roster per se in the luxury goods and fine art sector. So, for example, we're working with a firm called Artery in New York, who we're helping. They maintain a fine art ledger for auction houses and museums. And right now they have about $300 million worth of art, but problematically, in the UK and Europe more generally, the legislation there has been very volatile. So when it comes to anti-money laundering, know your consumer law, stuff like that, we help facilitate a lot of the legal research, as well as, okay, now that we've done this research, how do we enter the market? Because it is so different from the US and other traditionally big spaces. And then beyond fine art, we're also working with firms like Ariani and The Fabricant, who do anything from making digital garments and haute couture to just having a digital passport per se for luxury goods. And then beyond that, we're also looking internationally what we can do. So another firm we've partnered with is Emerge in Latin America. And we're helping them right now do anything from literally redesigning a national football stadium, which there's blockchain in there. It's one that's less salient than other projects, but we're also helping them, for example, work with the Ministry of Health in Honduras in using blockchain to have a low-tech solution to help crowd manage for social distancing. And at this point, it really is just looking around the world, seeing where we can help out with diversity. And Guy's going to talk a little bit more about Asia.
Thanks, Anurag. So in terms of our work in Asia, we've partnered up with a large integrated enterprise called Tuss Parks UK. They're originally part of a larger affiliation with the Tsinghua University based out of China, and they are part of China's largest innovation network with nearly 300 innovation spaces around the world. And when we began our partnership with them, it started off with basic consultation and helping them on their incubator front. But recently we've started plans to co-organize events with Tusk Parks UK to try and host networking events, as well as potentially further events like hackathons and competitions, hopefully when the market's appetite for such events sort of recuperates. But besides our work with Tusk Parks UK, we've also been working with innovative fintech firms based out of the UK. One of the notable ones is HQLAX, who is a fintech firm who provides improved collateral mobility across the securities ecosystem. And that just basically means that they're using the blockchain to essentially track ownership of baskets of securities across the market. And beyond that, one of the bigger partners that we do have is R3, which basically hosts the largest blockchain ecosystem on their Corda platform. And we are partnered up with them as their venture development program member, or as a member of their venture development program. And essentially what that really means is that we provide our services to them in the form of consultation and advisory work, mainly helping with their marketing strategy, as well as their business development strategy, and also just providing more basic and traditional forms of research and analysis into sort of the markets that they're already working within and existing in, but also looking at possible horizontal and vertical expansion models.
Yeah, in sum, what you could say, what we're really trying to do with all this business work with blockchain in Europe is twofold. So one, we try partnering specifically with startups rather than established firms to try to grow innovation in Europe. But second, we've been trying to act as a bridge almost between Europe and other countries. So like I explained, like earlier, Latin America, a guy talks about Asia. And for example, Eduardo talked about that e-voting platform Electus. Electus is like a perfect example. It was started up by a ex-finance minister in France. And then we said, okay, cool, we can share this project with you. And a lot of it was just, okay, we got 10, 15 universities in Europe. How do we take this internationally? So a lot of what we've been doing is just taking what we can offer in Europe and taking that to everywhere else. So now we have partners on Electus from the US to Japan. And yeah.
So on the legal side of things, there's kind of two parts to it. The first part is there's sort of a legal split under consulting work. And a lot of the companies that we consult for example, Six Links in Asia and Archery, like Anurag just mentioned, they want to expand internationally. And one of the biggest things that's holding them back is regulation. So for example, if you look at the EU, one of the newest directives is 5AMLD, which amongst many other things, it considered art intermediaries and cryptocurrencies as obliged entities, which means that now these companies have to face the same obligations as financial institutions. So they have to do things like AML, customer due diligence, etc. And so generally we provide consulting work for companies that are looking to expand into different markets, and we provide a lot of research into the kind of legal regulatory sector for them. And the other side of the legal stream generally looks at partnering with law firms in the UK, and we host a lot of events. So for example, we've partnered up in the last year with Allen and Overy and Clifford Chance.
Yeah, those are some really interesting initiatives that you have going on in your region. So thank you all for sharing your thoughts and what's happening specifically in your region. And going forward, how is everyone at the KCL Blockchain Society reimagining blockchain in 2020?
So in terms of what the society is planning to do in 2020, we're planning to get more involved internationally and diversify into different industries. So like Anurag mentioned just now, we've started working with companies that work with art, for example, archery. We've also been working with Open Music Initiative, which is based in the US. We've also been working with Emerge, which is based in Latin America, and Six Links in Asia. And so we're trying to really expand into more regions and sectors. And in terms of what we see generally happening in 2020 or for the future of blockchain, like I mentioned just now, there's been increased regulation on like the whole blockchain cryptocurrency space. So it's kind of expected that there will be more regulations in this area, and so compliance costs will rise for blockchain companies. But at the same time, blockchain is one of the solutions that companies can provide for compliance and for e-governance. So it's also an opportunity. So because of that, we kind of anticipate that the use of blockchain will be integrated into more and more areas within like our everyday life, especially given the coronavirus situation. And so, yeah, I think generally we expect blockchain to expand and expect there to be more use cases in the coming year. And we also expect that it is going to combine and kind of mix with a lot of other emerging techs such as AI, which we're also working with a company called Obism, who won AI Innovation of the Year last year. And I think Eduardo will talk a little bit more about the tech side.
Well, I definitely agree. One of the things that we like the most about blockchain is in our technical stream is exactly the fact that it's a technology that can be used with so many other technologies. And yeah, you mentioned AI. That's one of the, let's say that's the dream. I mean, it would be amazing. And I think more and more companies are trying to find ways to use blockchain to control and to train and to create better algorithms, better AI fundamentally. A very interesting paper, some very interesting research that has been done lately is in the field of federated learning, for example. And there are, while the original algorithm is not about blockchain, it can be integrated with blockchain to create more powerful versions of it. Basically, it is a way to train huge AI models with lots of data contributed from very small devices. So instead of having hordes of data on a huge computer somewhere in a server, you can actually contribute to the creation of this model with everyday computers. People can actually contribute towards it and you know, help with the training of the models. The way to coordinate all of this, there is lots of space in blockchain in how to coordinate all of this and how to reward people who do right contributions and everything. And that's a very important area of research that we think is really is going to be very important in the coming years. A much more basic thing, I think, is that, and this is kind of the obvious one, blockchain right now is still fairly complicated. It got a lot better. Applications are easier to use, but it's still a pain. And so on the technical side, the focus, and we saw this even in our last hackathon, the focus for many companies is finding ways to make this, to bring this to the people, to make this usable, to make it fast, responsive, to have people be able to use it as normal software, use blockchain powered applications as normal applications, everyday applications. And that's the biggest, I think, that's the most important part of getting blockchain to actually be useful in the real world to the people. It's kind of the obvious one at the same time.
Thank you all for checking in from KCL Blockchain Society and giving your thoughts on what's happening in the UK, as well as the future developments in blockchain. That's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You're tuned in to Reimagine 2020. Stay tuned to learn more about the state-of-the-art in blockchain education and technological development all around the world. Reimagine 2020.
This goes out to all my OG holders. Legend Gang. Coin Bros. I just woke up in the morning, check that market cap. We up. Shout out to my dog, what you barking at? What up, dog? A package at my door, man, I've been waiting. Hope the UPS guy ready for a conversation. We gon' talk about this crypto if you like it or not. Shut up, Jordan Belfort, bitches, shit ain't a stop. I'm that dude reppin' that blockchain on the block. Talking crypto with my neighbors while they taking a walk. And my girl love talking crypto with me. Got my son straight, ICO picking with me. Legend gang, man, I keep it with me. Better take a long lunch if you with me. We gon' talk about it, we gon' talk about the dip. John McAfee told me Bitcoin to $1 million or he gon' eat his own dick. Ever seen a grown man eat his own dick? What? No, hell no. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a piss. I'll be talking crypto in the Uber or Lyft. Talking crypto when my daughter's making the wish. I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a seat on the bus, riding to a meetup. I'm talking like-minded people there to greet us. I'm talking Krispy Kremes, endless margaritas, man. I'll be talking crypto to the dude in the mall cleaning sneakers. This is peer-to-peer, ain't got time for waiting. This is peer-to-peer, don't need no bank statement. I got the QR, tanning for that fast payment. Ooh, that's not matching up right. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. Yeah, we the Coin Bros, all we talk is that crypto, baby. So if you ain't about that, get the F out my face, dog. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
We talking crypto, we talking crypto. Look at the camera, say we talking crypto.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. We all know accidents happen. For example, you might have accidentally forgotten to convert all of your directly deposited fiat into cryptocurrency. And that's okay. I'm reminding you that when all else fails, there's always Plan B for Bitcoin.
And now, a lesson from the Crypto Glossary. ATH, all-time high. This cryptocurrency slang is used to indicate the moment when the price of a cryptocurrency has reached its highest level.
Coming up next. Stay tuned to learn more about the state-of-the-art in blockchain and cryptocurrency technology. Reimagine 2020.
Hey everybody, we're back with another university segment of the Reimagine 2020 Virtual Blockchain Conference. I'm Ashley Meredith, Head of Education at Mousebelt Blockchain Accelerator. And with me today are 5 students who I have personally worked with in the past through our university program. All of these people have been leaders in student blockchain clubs, and now they're entering into some awesome jobs in the blockchain industry. And we're here today to tell all the students who might be watching how they did it and how you can do it too. So thanks everyone for joining. How's everyone doing today?
Good, good. Doing great.
Not bad.
Good. Well, Adam, why don't we just start with you then? Adam, you've got an internship, right? And have done a lot of community work with blockchain at your campus. You're at Loyola University, correct?
Yeah. So, hello everyone, my name is Adam Patel and I'm the president and founder of blockchain at LUC, Loyola University Chicago's blockchain club. I got interested in this entire space way back in like 2014, 2015. I just started high school and my dad had me building like Bitcoin mining rigs out of our garage. So if it wasn't for my pops, like I would probably not be here because I didn't really have any real world problems that Bitcoin would solve back then or blockchain. But as I got more interested, I fell down the rabbit hole like how most do, got onto crypto Twitter, didn't stop learning really, kept reading. And come college time, I was itching to find a way to leave an impact on Loyola, but I quickly realized that only happened out of passion. So through meeting the right people and getting the ball rolling, I ended up starting the blockchain arm at Loyola. We're still very a premature organization, unlike the clubs that some of our peers run, which you'll learn about. And that's because we just launched this semester and now all of a sudden we're forced to have like these virtual conferences. But other than leading the club and spreading awareness of this nascent tech, I'm studying computer science and I intern at Volt Capital, which is a crypto fund based out of San Fran that's focused on making early stage investments into a bunch of different crypto startups.
Awesome. Yeah. That's very cool. So we'll talk more about, you know, how you kind of got introduced to the space, and I just took a note to maybe ask people later, you know, how important mentors are, right? That as a young person, blockchain didn't really solve any problem that you cared about, but you happen to have someone who kind of implanted the idea into you. And so maybe for the industry people watching this as well, can take note that a lot of this is on us to inspire the next generation to get involved. Let's go to Mitchell. So Mitchell is someone I've known for a while. He is the managing director at Crypto Briefing now. But before, you were working on your own journalistic projects. I remember that you interviewed me for a Women in Blockchain article. It was a really great article. So take us through how you got into blockchain and your kind of path from working on your own project to now working for one of the largest like crypto news outlets.
Well, so before I even worked for the Crypto Slate, which wasn't one of my projects, I was one of their first employees, and also working as the editorial manager, so doing a lot of similar work I'm doing now. Prior to that, when I first got involved in crypto, it was also through the route of mining. So initially, I saw that the margins for cryptocurrency mining were really, really high. This is back in 2017, where people were still making very good money doing GPU mining on a hobbyist basis. So I basically, between me and several other people, we invested our life savings into mining, and that's where I had my first real startup that raised a significant amount of money. So we raised $100,000 to do optimizations for mining algorithms, and that was particularly around profit maximization around different kinds of coins, and there were a lot more coins during the kind of ICO craze of 2017. So there's a lot more opportunity to do what we were doing, which was called computational arbitrage, which was trying to calculate where a single unit of computing power would have the most profitability between different coins. So we actually got beat to the punchline. One of the local companies here in Seattle got a lot more money invested into solving this problem, Core Scientific, and they're now $1 billion company. So that didn't really pan out. And around that same time is also when I started the Blockchain Society at UW. So I just wanted to find other like-minded students who are really interested in actively applying something in blockchain, not just learning about it passively as spectators, but trying to build things around it. So talking applications or talking different ways to actually use Bitcoin for things that either in gray markets or places where more financial capabilities would actually be useful. So that led to my next job is the last year of my junior year of college, I dropped out to pursue this crazy startup in the United Kingdom, and I worked as a project manager. So I was later promoted to a manager there, and I was responsible for a team of 6 software developers. And that went pretty okay. And then they moved me over to India, and I helped them open a offshoring location, hired a bunch more people there. And after I got burnt out from working in Bangalore, I was just not culturally accustomed to the food that'll turn you inside out and the climate. I moved back to Seattle, and the day I landed, I got a job at CryptoSlate, like just kind of off the cuff. I wasn't really expecting it. And that's kind of how I got involved in journalism. Completely unanticipated, just good luck. So after working at CryptoSlate, I did that for about a year. I got another offer to work as the managing editor at Crypto Briefing. So now I'm the editor-in-chief of this publication. I hired about 6 of the journalists here and put together a crack team of journalists that try to bring Crypto Briefing back to the top 5 crypto publications, and I've been doing that since.
Yeah, so correcting myself, you were one of the first employees at CryptoSlate, not like a founder, but
I was an equity holder, but not a founder.
Okay. Yeah, so that, I mean, still super awesome. So your major wasn't in journalism?
Definitely not. I studied accounting.
All right, so started with mining, worked at a startup, got into journalism because of crypto. So maybe that's something also we can touch on later. Made a note about that as well, how that domain expertise in blockchain kind of opens the door to so many opportunities, even in things that you've never done before, just because you know more than the average person about blockchain. You can kind of enter into spaces a little bit ahead of other people, even if journalism wasn't your first, it wasn't your academic major. So that's a really cool point. So, and then to go along with this crypto journalism and people I've worked with in the past as well, Michael Catt we have on here. He was the founder of the University of Kansas's Blockchain Institute. They received a huge grant from Ripple. I know we talked about that. Maybe you can go into some of the work that you did at school and how you got into the job you have now, which is you're the business development and sales associate at The Block.
Yeah, happy to provide more color on my background. And also thanks again for having me on. I didn't actually, I thought I traveled a bunch to, try to get into the industry, but I didn't travel all the way to Bangalore. So, I don't think nobody's going to be able to one up that unless I guess maybe China's farther away. But so a little bit about myself. I just recently started The Block about two months back. It's been a long journey to get into the crypto industry. I started basically my path began back in 2017 after I was sitting in an engineering class, and I was like, I was in thermodynamics too, and I was like, I can't do this anymore. I always had a passion for, finance, fintech, and markets. My first stock purchase was Tesla back in the day when it was $30 a share, and of course I sold it at 110 for an iPad. Let's go on to the next subject. And so essentially though, like I realized I was like, okay, there's no way that the finance can be as complicated as thermodynamics. So let's try to let's switch up switch up kilowatts or kilojoules for dollars. And then I realized turns out it was sats. My buddy showed me Coinbase, just pulled the app on his phone in class, and Ethereum was going parabolic in price. And I was like, this is absolutely insane. This is crazy. And I wanted to learn more. And that was kind of like, this is right back in 2017 when we all know about the boom, and it was pretty you have a lot of passion for something and interest, and at the same time you're watching your balances just go off the charts. And so there's a lot of adrenaline, feeling that passion, to put it that way. But the problem being in Kansas is that you become absolutely obsessed with something, and you go down the rabbit hole, and then you realize that there's nobody to talk to it about. Like your professors, they they, cast to the side. They don't think it's legit, or they, academics are known to think they're the smartest people in the room, and so, which usually they are. But in terms of crypto, I know there's a wide gap, right? And I think we all experienced something like that in university. But so from there on, I was like, well, let's find some kids that were, have similar interests to me. So I started a club. I think we, started club once. I had one meeting and then asked the guys if they're, say, hey, let's meet up again. And then nobody showed up. So I was like, great. And then my buddy told me to get some good advice. My buddy Sam was like, yeah, you do realize you have to do everything yourself to start out, right? Like you can't really rely on anybody. You have to like do everything on your own. And then eventually somebody, you build trust with like, your colleagues or, whether that be like, your teammates now, or you don't have the problem with university students. And we all have experienced this, is that you're not, unless you get, it's you got to treat it like a job, but nobody's getting paid. So you got to be able to find a way to, yes, understand people's incentives and like what's their reasoning for being involved, and how do you get them to do what you want to do and be reliable and do good work. So from there on, I was like, in 2018, we obviously saw that Ripple had a massive university fund, and all at the same time, nobody understands how any of this tech works. So it's like, well, we should probably do like rebrand from a club to a research institute. And try to shoot for some funding. And, we got fortunate to have some alumni that, that helped us out at Ripple. And, one way or another, we had $2 million in funding in January 2019. And that was a giant catalyst. My whole goal with starting the group was, how do I get a foot into the industry? And like, I'm jealous if anybody's on the coast or in Chicago, because you automatically have, a higher population, more the giant tech scene. In Kansas City, we have a tech scene, but it's not, it's not a digital asset or, crypto focused. So you got to bring the industry to you. So we decided to put on a digital finance conference, meet a couple guys, and we had a pretty good success. We brought in, just through networking, we found a way to make friends in the space, and people really appreciate when you fly them out and have them talk about their startup. And then from there on, found my way to, like this time last year, actually, it's probably on, it's this time last year, I was in New York City for Blockchain Week, and, just made try to make as many friends as possible, and made a lot of solid connections. And I bounced around a couple funds, through internships, the Hack Fund, which is now like taking, they try to do an STO, security token offering. That didn't really pan out. Unfortunately, great guys, really smart guys, but so they're based in San Jose, so did work with them. Then ended up at Nebula Ventures like a year ago today. I met the fund manager, James Cousinas, who now is like a good friend. We're catching up tomorrow. Unfortunately, Nebula's based in Sydney and New York, and James flew back to have a kid. Flew back to visit his family, and then he got stuck in Australia. So I'm talking for a while, but yeah, ended up bouncing around for a couple funds. Had some good luck, had some bad luck, but then finally, found a home at the block. And apart from working remote, like I'm sure everybody complains about, but that's, besides working remote, it's a lot of fun, and I've been learning a lot. And but yeah, that's my background.
Yeah. So what kind of stuff are you doing at the block now, and what do you think prepared you to be able to take a job like that?
So currently one of our initiatives is, we're building out a research arm, and in that sense, I mean that we realized that we had we started off as a crypto simplified approach, but for retail focused, and then there's a market capitulation, and we realized that most of our audience was institutions, whether that be VCs, from the biggest in the world to across the whole entire fintech space, like Goldman, to smaller VC shops. But then we realized that there's a demand for research and bespoke research, and how can you take complicated concepts and expand on them and provide deeper dives. But we have a human capital report that was commissioned by the Blockchain Association, which is a lobbying firm in Washington D.C. And essentially, they were trying to figure out, how is the regulatory matters in the U.S. How is that affecting job growth and company growth, and our jobs leaving the United States for more friendly regulatory areas around the globe. And so from a sales perspective, those are giant engagements, and I'm like, all right guys, well, it's harder to sell that. It's a lot easier to sell someone if we take that up and divide into 7 pieces. You can eat a whole pie, but you can also divide it up and spread it apart. So yesterday we just launched an institutional market infrastructure, which when I was interviewing for jobs in the space, I realized that there wasn't I realized there wasn't a go-to source for institutional, knowledge of how the space operates. It was all in equities, and you had to go across and find parallels between the spaces. So essentially, though, we were trying to provide a go-to source of knowledge on why is the crypto markets now, why are they now poised for the largest asset managers in the world to be onboarded? How's that developing? And we just launched the first installment today of like a 7-part series, might be longer. It's going to be rolling out through the summer. And it's brought to us by Ledger Prime. So Ledger Prime sponsored it, and they're really helpful on, building out the knowledge base on with our research team being like, here's a massive, all right, we're going to try to define this landscape. How do we go about that intelligently? So, Shilang was really helpful, fund manager, chief investment officer. So, and then how was I prepared? I don't know, just not giving up. And that sounds pretty cliche answer, but you're going to run into a lot of hurdles. And you're going to have to, you're going to have to go the extra mile, literally. Like, you're going to have to hop on a plane and, do what it takes that nobody else is willing to do. Like, you could give up and, use excuses that say like, oh, hey, well, the industry's not in Kansas City. I can't get around that. The only way to get around that is to hop on a plane and go tell somebody you want to work for them. And I think my new CEO, Mike McCaffrey, was like, so like, you talk about the best programs, whether that be, Berkeley or MIT, why should we not hire somebody from them there instead of, you? And I'm like, because I go harder than everybody else. And, and it doesn't feel like work. And I'm sure we all feel, it doesn't feel like work. You can go hard when it doesn't feel like work. It does now feel like work sometimes. But, when you're having fun and enjoying your job, and you chase your passions, LeBron doesn't, I'm not saying I'm LeBron, sorry, but LeBron, the best athlete, you do what you're good at, and the best athletes in the world, like they play basketball every day, not because like they want to be, rich and famous. They play basketball every day because they love it. And so you got to do what you love. And when you do that, things usually fall in place. So.
Yeah, I think what I'm pulling out from what you're saying, if I can kind of identify from each person who's talked so far, what I think the biggest lesson is something about, kind of creating your own opportunities, right? You might not, and a lot of the students watching this aren't going to be from the Berkeleys, the MITs, but that doesn't mean that there aren't opportunities for them to become a hub of blockchain in their region. There's a lot of really awesome stuff going on at some of the Midwest universities that we work with. I just talked to someone from Loyola. They're just getting started, but like you threw a conference, right? You kind of created a networking opportunity in a place, that isn't a coastal city, that doesn't usually have a lot going on. So really, realizing that you have to be your own best advocate. You have to do it alone sometimes. If you want something done right, you got to do it yourself, and you are your biggest project. So take on that responsibility and then create your own opportunities if there aren't them already for you. So that's great lessons for our students watching. Another person. Oh yeah, go for it.
Just saying, always make friends. Like, that's how Roshan and I got in touch, was just like, we were like, hey dude, you're a fun person, and we're both trying to do similar things. So like, at the end of the day, the only reason I'm here is because my friends helped me out, put me in touch with the right people, advocated for me when nobody else would. So just, I guess, try to make as many friends as possible, and don't expect anything in return when you do a favor. Just do it because, you do things for your friends just because they're your friends, right? So invest in people.
Oh, definitely. I have, the leadership course on Mousebelt University site. I kind of built myself, and in the networking section, again, another thing that I pulled out from what you were talking about is the importance of networking, and I didn't understand it as an undergraduate, and even as a graduate student. Now that I've worked in like entrepreneurship and business, I kind of wish I had that education before I went to graduate school, because it is a career path and you do need people to help you through. I would have been a much more successful graduate student, I think, if I understood the importance of networking. And one of the things I talk about in that section is the 5-minute favor. And so I've kind of absorbed that into my life. And because I love working with students anyway, it works out really well. It takes 5 minutes to like read over someone's blog if they asked you for some feedback, or to connect someone over email. I do a lot of that when connecting students from across the world who are working on similar things. It takes 5 minutes. But that's the kind of stuff that really builds your network. And yeah, so I'm a big proponent of the 5-minute favor, always thinking about like how when you meet someone at a networking event, try to ask them like, how can I help you? And your interactions are going to be 100 times better. So that's another thing I'll pull out there for this conversation is networking for sure. So let's move on to maybe someone else. Peter, he's over at Fordham University. I know that your club is much newer, so I'm interested to hear whether, you know, diving into creating a blockchain club on campus and all the work you're doing there kind of helped you get this internship you have now, or you know you're going to be working full time for them soon. Tell us about your background and the jobs that you're getting in blockchain now.
Yeah, definitely. So sophomore year, I was sitting in class with a kid, and he was over on his phone on Coinbase, and I really didn't know much about Bitcoin. I'd heard about it when I was trying to buy a fake ID. It was you can either use Bitcoin or you could send it. You know, shoot, I forget what the Western the other way to send money. And I was kind of sketched out by Bitcoin, so I was like, all right. I went to like a bodega and I sent it that way. So that was the only time I'd ever heard about Bitcoins or anything like that. And this kid next to me was on his Coinbase account, and he was like, dude, I just made like 20 grand on Ethereum. And I was like, what is an Ethereum? And so, you know, that he was like, dude, you should do it. And, you know, for whatever reason, I was just feeling his energy. So I impulse bought some Ethereum just sitting in that auditorium. And of course, little did I know, it was the biggest boom of, you know, it was during the ICO boom, late 2017. And so that couple $100 in Ethereum started doubling, and it started going up and up. And, you know, I thought I was like, I had some secret that no one else knew. And I was really excited, and I was getting more into it, all this different stuff. And then everything started to come down. And there was a point where I woke up in the middle of the night and I like had to check the price of Bitcoin. And I was like, what am I doing? Like, I don't even know how this stuff works. Like, and I'm investing all this money in it, thinking that, you know, I know about Bitcoins and altcoins and all that different stuff. So I sold everything. I was like, I'm not going to put another dollar into it until I actually learn about the technology. And at that time I was a finance major, and I thought, you know, like I wanted to do stock market, things like that. And I slowly started to realize that that wasn't my interest. And as I slowly started to learn more about blockchain technology, and, you know, I started reading Mastering Bitcoin and all these blogs, and there's so much information online, I realized that my real passion was in the technology. It wasn't in the finance side of it. So I switched my major to information systems. And that summer I was fortunate enough to get an internship doing IT risk advisory at a consulting company. It was my first corporate experience. And in the beginning, it was like the honeymoon phase. I felt like an adult. I was taking the train in. And then I would sit in this office with fluorescent lights, and I was like, I can't do this. Like, I need to find something else. I know I love technology, you know, but I cannot, this is not the type of thing I wanted to do. So that was a great internship for teaching me that that was not an industry or type of company I wanted to work for. And so on the train, I was, you know, in the beginning of my internship, I was just watching TV on the train. And then I was looking at people around me, and I kind of felt like a bum because everyone else was reading stuff. So I was like, all right, I should start reading stuff. So I started reading about blockchain and bought some books, and I realized that like this was something I could turn into a job. It was a real industry, and it was something that I would love to bring to the kids at Fordham, or the students at Fordham University. So that first semester, my junior year, I tried to start a club, and there were all these hurdles. Like, I think everyone here has experienced the hurdles, you know, the clubs at schools and funding and all the intricacies and the hoops that they want you to jump through. And, you know, it took like weeks for an application to go through. And it was like mind boggling, because I was like, you could just look over this application. It's not that difficult. And then I got to a point where it was the end of the semester, my junior year. And they were like, well, there was someone else that also sent in an application, and we mix your two up. So you guys have to start the club together. And I was like, I was kind of pissed off, but I just wanted to get the club started. So I was like, all right, I'll meet this kid. So I met this kid, and he just did not have an interest in blockchain at all. He had no clue what he was talking about. I mean, I don't prophesize to be some expert.
Why did he want to start a club about it then?
I think for the clout, to say that he started a club, you know, so luckily he kind of just faded off, and I was able to start the club myself. But I remember the first time I went to go get funding, they told me, they made me like promise that I was not going to use the funds
to trade cryptocurrencies. And I'm like, listen, like, it's more than cryptocurrencies. I just want to teach kids about blockchain. You know, like, there are real businesses using this. It's not kids buying fake IDs anymore. And so, you know, I try, yeah, I'm definitely very envious of Michael getting that $2 million, because even by the end of my senior year, I'm still fighting to get pizza money. So, you know, then I realized that I wanted to get an internship in, you know, at a blockchain company. And so I was looking, there's a ton in New York, and I was fortunate enough to get one at R3. And so I started there doing market intelligence research. And when I went there, I was a little intimidated, because I was like, I know, you know, some of the keywords for blockchain stuff, but I know a little bit of how they work. I'm not a super technical person. And so I was really fortunate enough and I realized that, you know, like, blockchain companies have people that do marketing, they have people that do sales, that do, you know, it's not just a bunch of engineers in a room that are super smart. They're all software developers and they know the technical stuff. There are people that actually need to sell these platforms and market them and things like that. So I did an internship. I've been interning with R3 over the past year. I just ended this month, and then I'm going to start full-time next month doing product marketing.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's what I love so much about working with students in blockchain, because I come from humanities, philosophy. I was kind of the last person you would think that would be like super in this like heavy tech world, but in working with students, I see so many, I mean, it's largely what you would expect, right? 60% computer scientists, data scientists, and engineers, but the rest of those people are law, communications, some environmental people, other philosophers, and you're totally right. Like, if this is the industry that we think it is, or that it can be, it's going to take all types to build these products, market them, communicate communicate the importance of them, which I see like my role and the role of a philosopher in the space could be to like communicate why these are important, what the pitfalls are. So I love to hear that. Love working with such a wide variety of students. And I think another thing that you kind of brought up is maybe the importance of finding out what you don't like. I mean, would you say that it's better to try to get an internship than worry about whether it's the perfect fit, so you can kind of learn that lesson? Or
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'll say, like, I've throughout, because my school's, it's in the Bronx, so it's really close to the Manhattan. We had the opportunity to so most kids do internships throughout the entire year from the time they're, you know, sophomores, juniors. So I was always doing internships from the second I got to Fordham. So I was able. It really wasn't about finding out what I wanted to do. I learned that internships were all about finding out what you really didn't want to do. You know, that sounds like a little cynical. You're going into something, finding out what you don't want to do, but that's kind of what it ends up being. You go, you say, like, I don't like a big company, or maybe you say, I don't really like a really small company. I mean, hey, there are people that love corporate environments and the structure like that, and that's great for them, but that just really wasn't for me. And I was really fortunate enough, especially because we're such a finance heavy school. So I thought I wanted to work at one of the big banks. I was like, I want to do investment banking at JP Morgan or one of the big companies. And then I was fortunate enough to go to these meetings where I would hear people that were in finance, and I was like, this is miserable. Like, I don't want to do this. Yeah, that's definitely shaped my path a lot.
no, I don't think it's cynical at all. I think it's really smart. I think that with an internship, it's a little less risk than jumping into a full job where they're going to onboard you and spend a bunch of money to make you a full-time employee. Get those experiences so you can really know what you want when you do your real job search. And congratulations on starting a full-time position soon.
Thank you.
Last but not least is someone I've actually hired who started as a blockchain student org founder, and was really trying to build blockchain on campus, and got involved with us on kind of an internship basis. And I'll let you like tell your experience, but I think one lesson you'll hear from Roshan is that the importance of just showing up and doing the work, because you know, he showed up super eager, wanting to learn and wanting to help us out, helping us for free, and he was the first person on my mind when we needed to hire someone to help on the university program. So just show up, do the work. But Roshan, tell us a bit about your background and how you came to work for Mouseboat.
Yeah, sure. Hey everyone, my name is Roshan Mirajkar, and I'm here in Washington, D.C. And yeah, so a little bit about me. I actually started off more with a technical background, and I would say the first couple of years just being in college, I wasn't really sure what I would be interested in. I interned in places like the Washington Post and, created some interesting impact there. But I would say one thing is around my region, we're not really exposed to a lot of emerging technology. So a lot of the technology is consistent and outdated is what I would say. How I got into crypto is mainly through having really good friends from high school that were always interested in our own little group, interested in emerging technology or always being at the forefront of different things. Like I think one of my friends showed me Robinhood when it first came out. So we were always interested in investing. And then in the summer of 2017, one of my friends was like, check out Bitcoin or check out crypto. So I checked it out, and then kind of having a technical background, when I first saw it, I didn't really think it was that interesting per se. I just thought, okay, it's just a different way to transmit money or different things like that. But that summer, after I gave it more of a deeper look, I realized that, the tech is really solid, I always thought. But after my thought after that was, why isn't this technology being adopted like faster or quicker? And then from there, yeah, I just fell down the rabbit hole, started reading everything I could, discussing with my friends. I really didn't look at the price much. I was really interested in more in the technology because um, I always had an interest in like generally like what is money and these different topics of conversation. So thankfully I had good friends, and we decided to start a student-run org called Blockchain at Mason here on the East Coast at George Mason University. And then from there, like many others have mentioned, we sort of had to do all the work ourselves in terms of putting together the students, putting together the website, the content, and really it got good examples of organizations like Blockchain at Berkeley, seeing how students could organize. And I just thought it was a massive opportunity once I realized that I didn't sort of want to work in those traditional technology jobs, whether it's being like a Java developer or something like that, because I thought it's a lot of competition, and I didn't think it was necessarily that interesting to sort of do repetitive work. So I wanted to learn something new. And that's when we started the organization. And I think one of the things while starting the organization is I realized is in order to kind of get a job in an industry that's not really mature, it's kind of like had to establish yourself somehow, establish that trust. And a student-run org was a really good way of doing that, kind of piggybacking off the established academia. But of course, there was a big gap of education where academia was always behind. So we sort of took that responsibility on leading emerging technologies in an area where not many people naturally cared for that type of technology, but I knew there was talent. So that's sort of what drove me to do that. And then from there, I immediately, that sort of helped me gain pre-existing relationships with a lot of companies in the space, like Blog Geeks, like Mousebelt. I was actually one of the first ambassadors at Blog Geeks, and I worked for like a fintech consulting firm, Fintech for Good. So mainly what I started to do was help a lot of these companies bridge the educational gap, because they didn't really understand how to use the technology, or they didn't really understand the differences in the technology, right? So from there, I was always involved in different ambassador type of roles where I was doing that sort of thing, but it still didn't really fulfill my passion of actually being in the industry itself and sort of being more on the ground and actually talking to different people in crypto. Because I think one unique thing in this space is you sort of can't really progress far or do a lot of interesting projects unless you naturally network with other people. And actually, the way I discovered even Mousebelt was through another student named Laura, just talking to her on LinkedIn. And that's how like me and Michael even connected just on LinkedIn, and like we did podcasts and different things like that. So I find it really
Oh,
interesting.
Laura was doing your job that you're doing now.
Yeah, I just find it really interesting that a lot of the people on this call, you know, we've all connected sort of before and just spoke about general things. And slowly we've all been able to have our own inroads in the industry. And then, so yeah, basically after that, I was always involved with, you know, Mousebelt. I had my own startup, different things like that. And yeah, that's when Ashley messaged me and hit me up and said, you know, it's kind of expanding the Mousebelt University program. And that's when I came on as the university program assistant director for about 4 months now. So it's been really great because now I'm sort of more involved in the space, and you know, get to create a lot of new initiatives that there's not really a template for. So that's sort of what I enjoy, you know, creating new initiatives um, that don't really exist, and we get the opportunity to sort of be the leaders while we're young. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. So something for any of the students watching who might be considering, you know, going into blockchain, is that there's that opportunity to really create because it's so new. You like are having a huge hand in building the Mousebelt University program. Your footwork that you've already done in DC, you know, might end up building some kind of, you know, DC blockchain initiative with us. And you're able to like drive so many new conversations that I might not even be able to think about, and really make this industry what you want it to be. So I think that's something, a point for anyone watching why I like being in blockchain now, is it is such a new industry, and you have the opportunity to make what you want out of it. So we got to hear from everybody, kind of your background, what you're doing now. Just kind of listening to some of the points that I think kept coming up, which I've already mentioned before, how important it is to have people who know more than you to inspire you to find that you like blockchain, right? Like some of you would have never been interested in this if your dad hadn't taught you about mining, or if your friend hadn't encouraged you to do that. So people in the industry who are watching, people in blockchain who care about adoption, who care about education, who care about more talented developers getting into the space, what have you, really encourage you to become mentors to these people, to get involved with something like Mousebelt University. If you're your own company, you can hear from all of these people the struggles that they're having getting blockchain programs started at their university. There's all of these passionate people who want to learn, who want to teach others, and they just need resources. So I definitely encourage everyone in the space to if you don't know where to start, I would say that I'm probably the number one person as far as what's going on at blockchain at universities. Get in touch with me. Let's start diverting some of there's a lot of money in crypto. Let's start diverting some of that back to some of the hardworking, passionate people who are going to be the future of this space, who are going to build this space. So I just want to highlight the importance of like mentors and industry support when it comes to blockchain at universities, and preparing the next generation of people in the space for their careers. The other thing that I liked hearing from this conversation was how many of you like don't have technical backgrounds, or you started in finance and now you're in journalism, and just what an opportunity there is for career flexibility and just a lot of different kinds of jobs from devoting yourself to having that domain expertise. It's such a hot job skill right now that that if you invest some time in self-educating, in taking these courses that are at your schools, in diving into the space, and even just interning or volunteering or just showing up like Roshan did, and saying, hey, I just want to help, and that turned into a job, that you will have a lot of opportunity, that investing in being an expert in this hot job market is going to be really valuable for yourself. The other thing was how important networking is. Do a little Google of the 5-minute favor, absorb that, build it into your life. I promise you, go into every interaction thinking about how you can help that other person, and you will just see your network grow, and all of the people on this call are a testament to that. You've all interacted in the past. In the future, we'll probably be hiring each other or starting startups together. So your network is your net worth. I really believe that. And just how much of all of you are just self-starters. You all founded your own blockchain clubs mostly. You realize that no one was going to create these opportunities for you. So also want to emphasize how important it is to invest in yourself and to make opportunities happen. If there aren't any that you see around, make your own opportunities. And yeah, that was just some of the lessons that I got from hearing from all of you guys. Thank you for sharing. Maybe
Ashley,
yeah.
I was saying, as a professor, I think you'd agree that your GPA just really does not matter at all. So obviously don't care about your classes. Think about, ask yourself, why are you sitting in this class right now, and think about, all right, well, what's actually going to be important, and what are they going to be teaching in 5 years? And then, that's always pans out well. So I just want to chime in that. And I'd say, like, you think you're late, or maybe you think you're late, but you're not. But maybe it's a good idea for students to think they're really late, and that makes them go extra hard. Because I always thought everybody always thought they were running late. We were like the last to enter the space. Everybody, like, look at the market caps are already look so high. Like, obviously these things can't go any higher. But really, you're actually early. So keep that in mind. Definitely.
Yeah, light a fire under their asses, right? You are late, so hurry up.
Right.
But not too late. Don't worry, it's never too late. Yeah, I would say the point I made before about wishing that I had some entrepreneurial education before I went to grad school, is that, yeah, the GPA doesn't matter, and the traditional academic model does not prepare you for real life, where failure is not only a regular thing, but it's an inevitability. Because when you fail in school, it's like, in high school, like, if I don't get good grades, I'm not going to get into a good school. If I don't get into a good school, I'm not going to get a good job. Every failure is so overblown, and we don't get to learn, like, how important it is to fail and to build from that. So yeah, we have someone on the call who dropped out of school. Right, Mitchell?
I tried. I'm schizophrenic, so that conversation didn't go over well.
Yeah.
I'll be finished in like 2 quarters. I'm just taking classes online. Like the dropping out of school for me wasn't a big deal, because it's not something that's definitive. You can always go back.
Right. Yeah. No, I definitely don't. We are in that kind of Silicon Valley mindset of VCs where we're a VC, right? We want to invest. We want to find the smart kid and invest in him, so he drops out of school and builds the next Facebook, right?
When people ask me about it, I never recommend that they ignore their grades or they drop out, because I'm here looking at the averages, and under the assumption that people are overconfident in themselves. I always think that you might do better than expected, but the thing is, you never hear about the failures. You only hear about the successes. You only hear about the Steve Jobs and the Bill Gates. But what about all the other people who dropped out and failed? So just manage your risk appropriately and make sure that you're making decisions that, if you do fail, it's not gonna be the end of your career.
Yeah.
I wanna quickly add, like, especially for like blockchain and crypto being so nascent as it is, there's no cookie cut path to succeed, right? Like we heard accounting majors go to journalism. We've heard like, you know, finance majors go like, so it's like there's no cookie cut path to succeed, as there is for all other professions. So like I'd say the best thing to do is kind of have this be that type of side hustle where you kind of just soak up all the knowledge, and you know, hopefully it might take you somewhere, like how we heard with Mitchell's story or Michael's story, so even Roshan's. So I think the beauty of it is like you just got to utilize your time properly and like learn all of it, and then kind of exploit the knowledge that you get.
And be ethical about it too. I think that's the one thing that crypto, you know, some people claim they invented Bitcoin. Questionable. That's all I gotta say.
Oh yeah.
It's like there's a lot of people there. There's a lot of scam artists out there. A lot of BitConnects that, you know, people that are trying to pry on the hard work of other people that others do. But at the end of the day, you got to be, you know, if you make, that's the point of making friends. No one makes friends by screwing people over. And doing business, that's, you know, being ethical is the. If you're gonna be unethical, you better not get caught, or you better be like, you know, so sly about it that's like, you know, if this was illegal, is it legal? I don't know. Like, I could rant forever, but just be, you know, keep that in mind.
Yeah, so kind of naturally ended up having you guys giving some kind of last advice, but maybe we can go through one by one. What would you tell students out there, if you can condense it into a soundbite, or maybe what you would tell your younger self, what you might do differently? So your last word of advice for any students watching as far as how they can break into blockchain, or something you wish you had known a few years ago. Let's start with Peter.
So I would probably say the main thing is not get like intimidated by the technical aspect of blockchain and everything. I remember first reading about it, and I was like, elliptical curve multiplication. I was like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to get into this. I don't know how this works, you know. But just like, as long as you're able to touch on a lot of different things, and you know, you understand the concepts, you know, the high level concepts of how things work, you know, that's a better step than people that never even read about it. And there's so many, you know, now today versus even a couple of years ago, there's so many great reliable news sources online that are actually talking about this. So there's, you know, there are a lot of scam artists. Don't get a lot of your information from Twitter or these, you know, scammy guys on YouTube. You know, I mean, they're fun to look at. You could take them with a grain of salt. But they're, you know, just start reading about it. Just get into it. I mean, there's so many free online courses and things that you can do that, yeah, you're not going to learn in classes. I remember bringing up blockchain to a lot of my professors that were teaching databases, and they were like, databases can do that. Like you don't need blockchains. So, you know, don't listen to the convention of the education system. You know, it's very helpful, and it helped me get a lot of opportunities that, you know, I have, but do your own research. College, you have unlimited downtime. And so take advantage of that for sure.
All right, so Peter's advice is to do a lot of self-education. Don't be intimidated by the technical aspects, and don't expect to get the education you want from university. You might have to do it yourself. So awesome, thanks, Peter. How about Mitchell? Last words of advice.
Yeah, have initiative. You can drift through college and wait for an opportunities to come to you, and that's a recipe for being dissatisfied. If you take the initiative and build something that is the best fit for yourself, then you can have a satisfying career, satisfying opportunities, and you'll have a lot more experience doing things that are outside your comfort zone.
Great advice. Thanks, Mitchell. Michael.
Yeah, I think that having a mentor is really important, and you can never have too many mentors. People, it's kind of like, you know, when you're trying to get people to support your student initiatives, you really milk the fact that you're a student. It's for the kids, but that kind of like, you know, that empathy kind of, you know, that translates over to like, you know, having mentors and people that want to, you know, take you under your wing and be like, all right, this is how it works, man. Like, I'll save you a lot of heartache if, you know, just cut through all the BS and you know, show you how deals get done, and how to be most efficient. So, you know, always seek out mentorship, and also know when to take profits. It's important.
What would maybe one practical advice you would give for finding mentors?
Ooh, how would I go about it? honestly, just find people that are willing to invest in you. And so if they really, honestly, like for me, it was like, all right, will they give me the time of the day? Will they like take time to, explain things to me? And I guess that one question, like you can, you find a mentor when they ask you, so like, so what do you want to do? Like, who do you want to be? You can go this route, or you can be this route. Usually people like my buddy was like, either you're going to be a trader or you can be a VC guy. But usually, the mix is rare. Usually you're good at one thing or the other. It's like type A versus type B. So like those kind of, when you can kind of see, like those are the type of questions you keep an eye out for. And just asking questions and investing in people, and they'll more than surely give back if you guys get along. Now my mentors are my good friends. So a year from now, these guys they're intimidating by their experiences, but they're like, oh my God, you're getting into crypto now, man. I'm jealous. So keep that in mind.
Absolutely. Roshan, last word of advice.
I'd say study up on your crypto and blockchain knowledge more than the charts, because that'll pay off more. And I would say focus on creating a voice for yourself in the space, because there's different takes everywhere, and there's no experts right now.
That's an interesting point. So you're kind of saying like, you need to have a voice. Like, what is it that you care about, and who are you going to be in blockchain?
Right. Like, there are no established experts or frameworks established. So have a voice and sort of create it yourself, because we are actually all part of creating that voice and the infrastructure. It's not really there for us. So that realization, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's hard for students because I think they're still finding their voice, and they're still understanding like what they care about in the world in general. So the sooner that you can start really diving into that self-growth that needs to happen, that's going to be good for your career too. So great advice, Roshan. Adam, last word?
Yeah. I'd say, like, to add on to the fact that there is no cookie cut path to succeed in blockchain and crypto, I'd say consistency is extremely important, and I think it's really underrated as well. Like we all know, Naval Ravikant, like great philosopher, thinker, he always says like all great things in life come from compound interest. So I think just being at it every day and trying to give 1% better every single day will be far more fruitful than just kind of like, slugging by, trying to, I'm going to have to learn blockchain. It's like finding that passion, just showing up every day, being consistent. And like 1 year, like we've heard Michael's story going from, in Kansas City to flying out to New York, talking to different funds. So I think it's just all about consistency and, being hungry and trying to chase it.
Yeah, and then it becomes manageable, right? Just do a little bit every day. And this is all just stuff that people have to learn as they go through school, and I think young people just don't really know how to do that always. But just have a goal and then work backwards, right? Cut it up into steps. Do a little bit every day, and that compound interest will happen. So I want to thank everybody for joining the panel. You guys are all super inspiring. It's awesome to see how you took initiative, built something for your school and for the future, and now that you're leaving it, are building something for yourselves in the industry, getting really great jobs and internships. I hope that this inspires other students to do the same. And I'm sure that anyone watching this, if you want to get connected with these people, if you want to hear more, if you want a mentor, reach out to me at Mousebelt University, and we'll help get you plugged into the space. So thanks everybody. And now back to Reimagine 2020.
Yo, can we do a Telegram? We should make a Telegram. Y'all seem like fun people to chat with.
You're tuned in to Reimagine 2020. Stay tuned to learn more about the state-of-the-art in blockchain education and technological development all around the world. Reimagine 2020.
And now, a lesson from the Crypto Glossary. Sats. Sats, shortened for Satoshi, is the smallest unit of Bitcoin stored on the blockchain. Satoshi is 100 millionth Bitcoin, 0.000000001 BTC. Whoa, mama, that's a lot of zeros.
Hello, everyone. I'm Deidre McIntyre. I'm founder of Black People in Cryptocurrency, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
I'm Alan Lee, the compiler developer from ETC Core, tuning in from Toronto, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
I'm a junior computer science major. I am the VP of Education at the Miami University Blockchain Club, and I'm more than ready to reimagine 2020.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Downing, and I'm a computer engineering student at the University of Texas at Austin, and I am ready to reimagine 2020.
I'm Alan Orwick, and I'm a computer science major at the University of Texas and former president of Texas Blockchain, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
I'm Christy Udis. I'm a professor in the blockchain program at Portland State University, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
Hello, my name is Spencer. I am head of research and development for blockchain at Fordham. I'm a sophomore, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
My name is Adrian Chaika. I am a junior at Miami University, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
Hello, I'm Zachary Tillman. I'm the outgoing engineering director at Blockchain at IU, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
Zach Nelson. I'm the president and co-founder of the University of Blockchain Society in Seattle, Washington, and I'm here to reimagine 2020.
Hello, my name is Tyler Olson. I am the University Program Director at Mousebelt, your host for Reimagine 2020, and I am here today with Miami University Blockchain Club. I'm really happy to have them on because Miami has been some of our most involved student members at Mousebelt University, and I know that they just had a very successful virtual conference of their own, so I'm excited to hear a little bit about that. Maybe we could go around and each of you could introduce yourselves.
Sure, I'll go first. Hi, I'm Jack Gilchrist. I'm a junior computer science student, and I am the president at Miami University Blockchain Club.
Hi, I'm Adrian Chaika. I'm a junior at Miami University, and I am the VP of Public Relations. Anything else?
No, someone else just want to go. There's not really an order.
Hey guys, I am Torsten Overbeck. I am a junior computer science student, and I am currently the VP of Education at the Miami University Blockchain Club.
Hi, I'm Alexandra. I am the VP of Finance for Miami University Blockchain Club, and I'm also a junior finance major.
Hi, I'm Peter. I'm the VP of Projects at the Miami University Blockchain Club.
Hi, I'm Allie Blackburn. I'm a sophomore accounting major at Miami University, and I'm the director of social media for the Miami University Blockchain Club.
Hello, I'm Ashton Barker. I'm a senior at my university, graduating next week, and I am past president of the club and now a strategic advisor.
Hi, my name is Alex Stan. I'm a sophomore accountancy major at Miami University, and I'm the VP of Professional Development at Miami University's Blockchain Club.
Yeah, I think that's everyone.
Right on. Well, yeah, thanks again to all of you for taking some time to be with us today and to sort of take up this interview. You know, I know that this space, and by this space, I mean the cryptocurrency and the blockchain space, this sort of emerging little corner of tech, has a lot of, has a wide variety of people in it, and each of those people have very different backgrounds, and they have very different interests. And with that, there's a lot of different aspects of what's going on here that sort of draw them in. So I'm curious to hear what some of you are interested in. What's y'all's story, and how did you get involved in crypto and blockchain?
Yeah, Adrian, do you want to go first?
So my grandma's friend got her into the whole crypto space, and then because of that, it got me into it. She started telling me to like look into it, and then I got interested, and then I met Jack at school, and you know everything's kind of like combined together to get me really interested in joining the club and being on the exec board.
Your grandma? That's
Yeah, my grandma got me into it.
what was your grandma doing? Was she a day trader with three desktop screens propped up, or?
She just did the basic investment. Like she just put her money into Bitcoin. It was her friend that he did a lot of day trading and stuff, and he like told her about it, and he convinced her to make an investment.
I see. So did you have conversations with her about what Bitcoin was and what blockchains were, and did you form any opinions about like how that was a good or a bad thing for a shift in our economic practices, or like it was just kind of drawn in by the hype of money?
For my grandma, it was a little bit of that, but then after I joined the club my sophomore year, I actually learned about it more myself, and then I was able to actually like tell her exactly like how everything works and what it is, and that got her even more interested. So she got me like initially into it, but I ended up like teaching her more than she knew originally. But at the beginning, it was mainly just the money from my grandma, at least.
Got it. How about you, Jack?
Yeah, I won't lie. It was a little bit of the money that got me in first too. But after 2017, 2018, that whole bubble popped, and I wasn't a millionaire overnight. I got a little annoyed and figured I had to find some other way to make some money off of this. So I quickly realized that the development sector of all of this was really what was trucking through while everything else was falling apart. So I invested a lot of time in that, and then I got to know some of the people in the blockchain club as it was starting up, and I really started to understand the social impacts of it. And at that point, I kind of went full tilt into just trying to spend all my time learning about it, educating about it, building, and frankly selling stuff with it. So, yeah.
So do you have a technical profile?
When you say technical profile, do you mean like just a list of stuff I've built?
Or yeah, I mean, like, I guess that is to say, are you a technical person? Are you into like the development and the software side of things, as opposed to just gaining enough knowledge to see why it might be a good investment?
Yeah, absolutely. That's very much a good description. Ashton Barger, who's on the call as well, we started a company last year out of this club, and we had the opportunity to work on a decentralized insurance platform. So I did a lot of the smart contract construction and a good amount of actually hooking that up to the user interface with the Web3 package. So on top of that, other smart contract platforms, I'd say Hyperledger is probably the biggest one for me that I use a lot. But yeah, in general, definitely really focused on the technical stuff primarily.
Yeah, and that's a pretty typical narrative that we see, is that a lot of people, and not just in cryptocurrency and blockchain technology, but in, I guess, most things more broadly, you see a lot of people are attracted by the monetary incentive that's built into whatever it is that we're talking about. And that's natural, right? Because money runs the world, and we're all looking out for our best interests in that respect. But you see this narrative a lot. You see people are drawn in by the monetary incentive. They're following the money, as it were. And then once you get wrapped up in this space, you start to see very quickly that there's a lot to learn, right? There's a lot of technical things going on under the hood, if you will. And once you get to that level, it starts to seem like a very intimidating space. Yeah. And that brings me to my next point. There's a lot that we still don't know about distributed ledger technologies. There's a lot of use cases that we still haven't identified as, being in need of something like a blockchain. There's a lot of, even for the more technically oriented person, there's a big learning curve when it comes to learning the blockchain code pattern, if you will. And so what I'm getting at here is that there's a high demand, there's a lack of education, right? So I wonder, since y'all are a blockchain club at, a major university, what is the state of blockchain at Miami? And what are y'all trying to do with your club to help facilitate some conversations around blockchain education?
Yeah, I think we'll have Torsten go first, and then Ashton, if you want to jump in after him.
Yeah, so currently at Miami, we used to have a blockchain course that was actually hosted by our advisor, Arthur Carvalho, and it was pretty good. But unfortunately, the university axed it, and they're kind of cutting back a lot of money that they're investing into blockchain. And I think we've seen this trend around other universities. So the idea that we've actually come up with recently, especially post-conference, is we want to try to reinstate our blockchain classes. But doing it through the university seems, it's kind of sketchy. So what we want to do is host our own blockchain classes. And we want to try to get people certifications and badges to show, hey, I did this course about, finance or law or whatever. And then we can give them a certification that they can show off on their LinkedIn, show off on their resume, put in their email signature saying, hey, I completed this. It's from the conference, we were fortunate enough to actually get a lot of good connections. And people saying that they want to do this, they want to engage and want to help educate people in the technical space and help, show off like what you can do with blockchain. And those two examples I listed earlier, we got some connections for some potential finance and law courses. And if we were to offer these courses, we want to keep it open to as many students as possible, because we're a club. And we really just want this information to be accessible to as much people as possible. So if someone's a student, we would have them register with our website. And then when they register, they would register with an ETH address, and that would give them an ERC 721 token that would be minted. So then it would verify, yes, they are a student, and they can get that information for free. If someone's not a student, we don't want to gatekeep and then just keep the information away from them. So then we would have it so they could pay for a course, or maybe they could pay for all the courses. And then when that course is paid for, we would then send around 50% of the revenue over to the person that's hosting that course, for example. So that's just an idea that we have right now. We need to work on building the infrastructure, because there's a lot that goes on behind that. But that's sort of what we're looking to do in the future. And then in terms of education that we are currently doing, we hosted some workshops that were actually really, really great at our virtual conference, and you can go check it out at our website, virtualblockchain.io. And then there I hosted a workshop personally that was just 0 to hero. How do I start learning? How do I start developing decentralized applications? And I did that by hosting a simple workshop, just going through the first chapter of Crypto Zombies, showing like how to use how to get test ether, how to use a faucet, what's MetaMask, why do I need this, just the absolute basics, trying to show people, hey, there are resources out there, here's where you can learn. And I really just hope in the future, with the direction that we're moving, we can facilitate more learning and then have more opportunities for students.
Ashton, do you find that there is a lot of interest like amongst the student body? Are people receptive to these, I guess, hands that you're lending to the community?
Yeah, so so originally the club was founded back in late 2017, and it was founded on the basis of really just educating people mostly around crypto. And the club consisted mainly of finance students within the business school, and that's, we hosted our educational kind of meetings within the business school every couple weeks, and that's kind of how the club was running. And you would see attendance kind of rise and dip based on the price of Bitcoin. So it was kind of just like, oh, is it really hot right now? Are people really interested? And that's kind of where we were seeing interest initially. That was late 2017. So, obviously that's going to be how it is. But early into 2018, we started getting into more research-based kind of educational sessions, and we gave like research positions and stuff. This is when I first started getting involved. So, immediately I thought it was a super interesting idea. I started doing some research on social impact. And then some other people did some research articles and things like that within the club. And then I got the chance to intern in Shanghai, and that experience where I was interning at a crypto company was actually super interesting and pushed my passion further. And so, I had an interesting path to where I really just wanted to keep going. But not a lot of people get like internships like that, so they don't necessarily just keep going with that interest, and specifically blockchain. So that's where I was kind of unique. And when I came back, I became the professional development chair of the club. And what I wanted to bring when I first started being involved in the club was a side to the technical, which we were kind of not necessarily advising on as much. It was more just basically educating what is crypto, what is blockchain. But I wanted to bring the technical side a little bit, start to engage the engineering school a little more, and then also do more professional development workshops. So being in the club, you don't necessarily have to just learn about blockchain. You can also start to develop your own skills. You can present to the club. You can go to different events. And that's kind of where this overall club that gives you more than just, an education is kind of where that came from. So I became the president late 2018, and then from there, we started getting involved in engineering school, like I said, and that's where we started to get interest from computer science students who, they might have done development on other technologies, but not necessarily specifically blockchain. So that's where we kind of tried to start our first Solidity workshops, Ethereum workshops, and we didn't get the most numbers there because it's kind of hard to show people why that's super necessary on like a flyer or something. And so that's where we started to dive into other opportunities. So we had the idea to host a professional from industry. He was the co-founder of a company called Loop, which sold for over $100 million in Cincinnati. And he was really experienced in the real estate profession, and recently co-founded a real estate blockchain company. So we basically invited him out to the club, and we also collaborated with the real estate club in Miami. And that was one of our most attended events, specifically because we got people that had no clue what blockchain was, but they had a specific interest or specific career they wanted to go into, and they just wanted to know how it impacted them. And so that, I think, for us was a real turning point versus, just focusing on just blockchain versus, collaborating with other people at the university, collaborating with other types of students to show that there's an impact in their own industry. And so I think that's something that we want to continue to model in the future, and that's something where we've seen the most interest. But in general, like I said, when crypto isn't a hot topic, might not have as much interest in the club. But we're trying to grow the interest based off of the different sectors we're pushing into within the university.
by the time that you were meeting with the real estate club, was there any conversation in the larger crypto community around tokenizing other real world assets, such as real estate investments and things like that? Was that a part of the conversation there?
Yeah, actually. So basically what he's doing and what he was doing at the time was creating an exchange for tokenized real estate assets. And so he was working with another company, and they were basically creating this exchange where you can, you don't have to be like a specific type of investor, really. It's the overall goal was to get more of the regular people able to invest in real estate with just tokenizing it and then being able to invest in a piece of the real estate, so a piece of the building, not having to buy 100% of it, but maybe just having 10% of it and making a little bit of money based off the rent that the building is accruing, or the money from the vendors that are there, and things like that. So I think that was definitely a big part of that conversation, and that's where a lot of the interest in the real estate club came from.
Great, thanks. And I know that y'all just had your own virtual conference. Allie, I wonder if you could tell me a little bit about how that came to be and what were some of the hurdles that y'all had in trying to bring that to fruition.
Yeah, just about 2 weeks ago, we hosted a virtual blockchain conference, and we definitely took advantage of this opportunity to make it virtual rather than just giving up on the idea of the conference, because we were no longer able to hold it in person. But we had around 50 speakers from different companies like EY, Deloitte, IBM, Microsoft, and even the United States Congress, and even more. And being able to have those different companies sponsor and provide people to speak for it was amazing. But there was around 30 different sessions and panels as well that just touched over different topics such as healthcare, real estate, and especially within healthcare, COVID-19 was discussed as well. The hurdle we had to jump over was that it was supposed to be in person, and we jumped that by a lot of pushing on social media and using different applications we might not had to have used if it was in person, such as using the WOVA app to actually host the information and to have all of the streaming through. But and a lot of just advertising on Twitter and making connections and on LinkedIn and stuff like that to get people interested and have the turnout that we ended up having.
Yeah, I mean, I can really attest to the fact that y'all did a great job at advertising things on Twitter, because every day, maybe even twice a day, you know, there was a new post showing, okay, and then the next keynote that we have on the list of speakers is, yeah, I thought that was great. Peter, did you notice that y'all had a pretty good turnout, and what was the nature of the interactions there? Was there a lot of, I guess, active conversation in Q&A, or, I mean, how did that go?
Yeah, so there was a pretty good turnout. I'm not sure the exact number of people. I think it was like 250, 500 people is what Ashton said. So he's got that. But yeah, the Q&A sessions were pretty good. We had, after like the conversations, we were using, the Zoom meetings. People would be able to post their questions in there, like directly to the speaker. And that'd be facilitated through, like one of us would usually be in the meeting, like talking to the person. We also, we got in contact with an app, Wahova, and they helped like run the conference. And then on through that app, there was like discussion boards for people to post their questions and interact with each other through there.
I see. So it's kind of like people could have their questions in queue, and then somebody might announce that question. So maybe not in every case they were actually getting to show face and address the speaker. Is that kind of how that worked?
Yeah. All in the meetings, it was like mostly just the speakers and then a discussion manager who would like look to the questions of the chat, and then like let's say after a chat, if you saw the question, you go to like the discussion board in the app and post it, and people could like respond, answer the question, and even talk to like the professionals that were there. And with the app, it said we had over 2,000 messages and 100 plus topics like posted throughout there through like from 500 people. So it's like pretty active as a whole.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, these are really good things to know because it's very likely that going forward, we'll have more virtual conferences taking place. You know, I think that a lot of people just with these shelter in place orders have learned what they're capable of when it comes to working at home and, you know, attending meetings with people all across the globe. And I don't think that stops with just taking care of your everyday business or your day-to-day work, but attending things like a blockchain conference, you know. Jack, did you find that it was stressful having to make the adjustment on the fly and sort of manage all of the logistics that go into something like hosting a virtual conference?
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, during it, we had done enough prep before that as long as we were sticking to the plan we had on paper, it went pretty much on without a hitch. So to that end, I don't think I really found it that stressful. Just it was a lot of work during, you know, I think Ashton and I both were on for just about every single session. So a lot of staring at screens that day. But I do want to give Peter a chance to talk about the MEBC token project we've been working on as well, because he's been doing some really good work on that, and you know, want to give him the platform. So
yeah, I can talk about that real quick. So we're making our own token, the MEBC token. Where its idea behind it is kind of like as a reward system for, we're trying to incentivize people to like go to meetings and like we can reward them with these tokens that we'll grant to their account. So this is like backed with like a blockchain. Jack was the one who's like coding and working the back end. We like made our own ERC20 token, and it's just, you know, MEBC coin. And I'm working on developing the app for Android and iOS. So it'll be like specifically, you'll be able to go through this app. We have it so you're set up to log in with your like school email. So this doesn't, it like removes one like hurdle of like the blockchain with like dealing with wallets and everything like that. We're like managing that for them. So then to try and make it streamlined for users. And then through this app, it's actually we have the back end not connecting and like talking to the blockchain. And then with this, like if let's say we'll like be handing out tokens to people for like if they show up to a meeting, give them like 5 tokens. And then through this app, they'll be able to purchase like an MUBC t-shirt and then stuff like that from things that we'll offer from our club to try and like just free stuff to get people to show up.
So does it only circulate in your little ecosystem there, or is there a way that they can trade it back into ETH so that it's more liquid on a no, Jack?
Yeah, currently no. Yeah, no, it's just on the test network. We're not completely done, so we'll see what happens in the future. We're going to try and get it on the App Store hopefully in June so we can like test it a little bit over the summer and then deploy it come the fall if everything's going good.
Cool.
Yeah, I think ideally MEBC tokens shouldn't be ever held by someone who's not an MEBC. So unfortunately, you're not going to be able to buy it on Binance.
Yeah, sure. And that's probably a good thing.
Yeah, we think so.
Yeah. We don't need every ERC20 token out there to be trading against, you know, BTC and whatever other, well, let's not call them casinos, but you know, we don't need it.
Yeah, it's more supposed to be kind of a utility token almost that's facilitating interactions in our club. You know, if we want someone to do something, they are rewarded by getting these MUBC tokens, and in order to give those tokens value, we take all these opportunities like Peter describes, t-shirts, and lock those behind an item shop that you have to spend these tokens on. But beyond that, they're not tradable, they're not spendable on other stuff. They're not supposed to have value as the way normal cryptocurrencies are supposed to. It's more just to kind of get people comfortable with the technology and make some kind of insights as to how we can build blockchain applications that users are actually comfortable with opening and using on a normal basis without having to deal with all of the crap that comes with traditional blockchains. So.
Right. So yeah. So like it's almost like an educational test net, right, for how to sort of use the other tokens out there that sort of trade in a larger economy. And I think that that's a really clever idea to build your own token to incentivize your members or for people to become members of your club, so that you can sort of keep pressing on in your educational goals. There are actually a couple other schools that I've spoken to recently that have done very similar things. Lazar over at Southern Illinois University, Carbondale, he built his own token on the Ravencoin protocol and was doing something very similar. So it's great to see people actually on the ground, building on top of these protocols for educational and incentivizing purposes. So we're starting to run out of time here. And I think that this would be an opportune moment to ask any of you who are interested to address the question, how we might reimagine the future after 2020. I think it's safe to say that 2020 has been an interesting year so far. We're only into May, so that's the 5th month. I guess we're almost halfway through. And it's been, challenging for a lot of people. It has really opened our eyes to some of the malpractices that we see happening in our political sphere and economic sphere, specifically around practices of money and some of the problems that come with the centralization of money. So I think that for those of us who are interested in cryptocurrencies and blockchain especially, it's an illuminating time. But I think that the question applies to the future more generally. So I put it out there to any of you to speak on how you might reimagine things post 2020. What does the future look like?
Yeah, so I think the future after 2020 will be much more virtual based. We're going to rely more and more on technology to connect us with our peers, coworkers, and family. Even now, this is a great example how we're using technology to connect, even though we're in remote locations. And this will lead to lots of innovation to make these, meetups more streamlined. I was talking to one of my friends the other day, and he said this one thing, like, I'm an accounting major, so he's like, all these accounting firms are going to realize that everyone can just do the same work from home and just shut down all their office buildings and save a whole lot of money. So things like that, I think we can expect in the future, just innovation and just kind of working from wherever you are.
Yeah, and if I can expand on that, it's a great point, Alex. Something that I definitely learned from the virtual blockchain conference, and I'm sure others are starting to realize this as well. There's definitely a bigger push for education specifically to move further online and to make more resources available from the click of a button on the internet. And so, we're trying to imagine what ways we can still interact with students more. And specifically, we want to think about also cross-campus collaboration, because that's a really easy way for people to interact remotely and virtually is across different campuses. And so, you don't necessarily need to be going to the same school to interact and network and learn from other people that are also in university or also going to school. And so that's part of the idea around the Midwest Blockchain Consortium. And hopefully we'll get a time to talk about that later in this conference as well. But we specifically want to think about pitch competitions, conferences, different events where even like recruiting events, because that's something where, like something like COVID could spread easily when you're shaking hands all the time. So ways that we can even think about recruiting differently and helping students to still push forward in times like this where it might be a little bit more virtual. So that's kind of part of our goal, but also really to start engaging across campuses and do projects and consulting work and building different things across different locations. So yeah, that's what I see in the future.
How about you, Alexandra? How do you see the future?
I think it's going to be very interesting, especially considering where we are right now. I feel like we're all forced onto being virtual without having much of a choice or having much time to prepare. And I think that it's going to show people in the future that we don't necessarily need to be in person. I can speak for MEBC Exec. We started planning stuff over our winter break, and a lot of the times we were doing Zoom, FaceTime, Google Hangouts just because we can't all meet in person. I think this will translate over to could translate over to club meetings where people are now meeting virtually, or like Ashton said, doing cross-campus things where maybe we could co-host a meeting with a different school and our students and their students can attend and get this knowledge from different campuses. As for classwork, I can definitely see it heading in the direction of having some online, some virtual, and then expanding the scope even more to businesses. A lot of companies send employees out to go see clients on location, and I think that's going to change a lot because of COVID. And people are seeing now that I don't necessarily need to be in my physical office space with this person. I can just hop on Zoom, and we could accomplish the same exact thing. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how all this transforms the business and the academic world.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think y'all have some very astute insights to just what the implications are for us going forward. And I definitely see that a lot of major industries are going to take a hit because of this. But hey, that's, I think that's one of the beautiful things about a free market is it really pushes us to be dynamic and to sort of adjust to things on the fly. So yeah, and there you have it, folks. That's Miami University Blockchain Club. I thank you all again for taking some time to hop on this interview. Maybe before we sign off, is there a Twitter handle or a website where anybody tuning in can find you all?
Yeah, obviously go check out our virtual blockchain conference website if you want to see any of the content we hosted, aside from one exclusive workshop we managed to get from Consensus Academy that, given that that's their course load, we weren't able to include it, but all the talks we did, all the workshops, all the different content we produced out of that is all on our website at virtualblockchain.io. If you're interested in how blockchain is impacting industries at all, I would highly encourage you to go take a look. Other than that, you can go find us on LinkedIn, which is ME Blockchain. I think our Instagram handle and Twitter handle are the same, so it's just ME Blockchain across most of our socials. And then we have our website as well, mubc.io, where we maintain most of our online presence. So.
Great. Well, thanks again, folks. Cheers to you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tyler.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Mo Crypto. Yo, Mo Crypto, what
Yo,
up?
what's up, man?
What's up? Kryptonite, Jess, have you guys seen CoinMarketCap today? CoinMarketCap, all in the red, double digits.
What? That's bad, right? That means we're losing money.
No, it's good, man. That means everybody's losing money. You got to buy that dip.
Everyone knows you buy the dip, 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 dip.
Legend gang, gang, gang. Coin bros, we gon' buy that dip. Dipping.
I buy the coin on that low. Ain't worried about no FOMO. Coin market cap out to crash on my lap when the bitch bounce back like a pogo. No fiat dough, I got Divi coin. I got Bitcoin, I got Ether. What y'all know about a pump and dump? John McAfee all on my tweeter. In the office with a 2-liter. By ATH, that must be a joke. Wife keep asking if we are broke. She don't know, I got a master no. Even my son told me buy the dip. Ain't talking about what you put on potato chips. Even my son told me buy the dip. Ain't talking about what you put on potato chips. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD, you gon' buy the 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 dip. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD, you gon' buy the 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 dip. Legend gang, buy the dips, get the gains. Y'all complain, but you dumb motherfuckers should do the same. Crypto, stacking up, private keys, I back 'em up. MacBook, fast as fuck, lock the door, the girl's acting up.
I buy the dip when I'm sleeping, I buy the dip when I'm jogging, I buy the dip when I'm buying dip, I buy the dip in my coffin.
That's Coin Bros on YouTube, buy the rumors, sell the news. For this crypto, I'm selling shoes on Craigslist, I got shit to
I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD, you gon' buy the 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 dip. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD, you gon' buy the 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 dip. Buy the dip, dipping. 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 BTFD gon' buy the dip. 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 What?
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. I'm here to tell you that if you're having green candle erectile dysfunction, just remember that ETH is money and market buy that
We have some breaking news. The Lightning Network, the Layer 2 scaling solution for Bitcoin proposed by Blockstream, is still just 18 months away. It's only been 18 months since their last vaporware announcement. Back to you.
Hey everybody, we're back with another university segment of the Reimagine 2020 Blockchain Conference. I'm Ashley Meredith, Head of Education at Mousebelt University, and I'm here with Professor Viola from the Catholic University of Santa Fe. He also works for the National Scientific and Technical Research Council of Argentina, and I'm super excited to have him on because, like me, he's also a philosopher of ethics and interested in the larger implications of blockchain technology on our society, and he'll be doing an awesome presentation on that later. But today we're going to focus on what's going on in your region, what's going on in your university specifically. Federico, hi, great to have you on. How are you doing today?
Fine, fine. Thanks. Thanks for having me over, and yeah, thank you for this opportunity. Um, yeah, here is now. Yeah, it's a little problem with everything. The university, we are a little with a joke because of this situation of coronavirus. At the university also now we're not having lessons, and teachers are in everybody in their houses because of the quarantine. Yeah, but we're having some encounters and meetings with Zoom and others, online chats and online meetings, also in philosophy. And yeah, and the situation is not the best, but we're going forward, and we're still trying to be in the best form in this situation.
Yeah, and you're someone who from the beginning of the shelter in place orders has been jumping on calls with our team. We've built this community of university students and professors over the last 2 years, and some of our student events were canceled. I was supposed to travel to the Milwaukee Blockchain Conference. It was canceled the week of, and as someone who has created this community, I really felt the need to provide a space for people to continue connecting and talking about blockchain. And so we started hopping on daily coffee chats, and you were one of the first people to hop on, and you came on almost every day. And it was so interesting to hear, you know, what was going on with shelter in place orders in Argentina. But more specifically, maybe we can zoom out a bit outside of the current situation that we're in, which is going to kind of change how we approach everything going forward. But maybe you can speak a little bit about what is the temperature of blockchain and crypto in Argentina? What are people using it for? What are the conversations? What is important about blockchain specifically for people in Argentina?
Yeah, before the quarantine and every this mess now, I hear something also in our university. Our university is very small. It's not kind of big university like in Buenos Aires, but there was already some talks about blockchain and the new economy, cryptocurrencies, etc. I saw something of this at the university, but there was no much, I don't know, not much about this. It's not that common yet. People don't know what is. Maybe somebody hears something about bitcoins or cryptocurrencies. Everybody knows a little that is something going on about this, but not that much. I was always enthusiastic in technology, and since 2016, I started a little to think about the ethics and political implications of these new technologies, not just blockchain, but also internet and etc. And I think also that with this new situation of the virus and this pandemic, global situation that is very, very shocking, I start seeing, and also here in Argentina, we are with we were already with the economical crisis, and it was a little always like that. We are a country that always had to cope with difficult situations, social, political, and economic situation. Always was a little troubling, but and because of that, and now with this quarantine and this virus, etc., situation is getting worse. And then a lot of people are trying to rethink or make reflections on what will happen, and because of that, are starting, and I can say I have friends that start to. I was starting to talk about others, to talk others. What is this of blockchains and the new cryptocurrencies, the new opportunities, in the economic level, and I saw a lot of interest of friends of mine and other students, because I think that maybe people is starting to realize that we are entering in a big crisis, an economic crisis, not just in Argentina, but also globally. And because of that, they are starting to consider this new technology as maybe a good opportunity, or a possibility for a change for better.
Would you say that people are reimagining what blockchain can be used for?
Yes, I think for me it's better to speak of imagine as thinking. I think that it's the most important is to try to imagine something new and not just think about something new. Because I'm a believer of imagine in the force, in the creative force of imagine. I think that is the most important. Creativity is not always hand in hand with thinking, but with imagination, and that for me, the name of this encounter is very accurate. We have to reimagine, not just think about the problems. We have to imagine, and that is the real challenge, to be creative with this crisis situation.
Well, necessity is definitely the mother of invention, right? And while we have to temper our enthusiasm to the gravity of the situation, I think that people, especially in the blockchain space, people who are innovators and entrepreneurs and philosophers, these are the kinds of moments where the different way in which we think, or the different way in which we imagine is really going to be a benefit in this time. And even just with this virtual event, you know, everybody is kind of having to reimagine, what does it mean to connect virtually, and how do we have deeper connections and better conversations. So really happy to be pre-recording all of this content so that we can create a kind of time capsule of this moment in blockchain. You know, we're in a decade year, it's 2020. We can talk about what happened the last 10 years. What do we think is going to happen in the next 10 years? So appreciate your contribution. Maybe just to go back a little bit on your region and your school. Argentina is somewhere that has always struggled with the socioeconomic issues, and you're saying that perhaps even being more exacerbated by this crisis is turning more and more people to look at these alternatives. I think there's a great opportunity in blockchain. I talk to students all day who are still getting hired, who are still getting internships, who are exploring decentralized finance. And I think that there's a lot of opportunities for wealth generation, and that it's our responsibility to make sure we're pointing those people, your friends, for example, who are finally coming around to this conversation about blockchain and cryptocurrency, to really guide the conversation and make sure we're considering like the ethical considerations of these technologies that we're building. And I know that you're going to touch on it in a keynote presentation, but any thoughts you want to share about maybe the ethics of blockchain?
Yeah, I think for me the most exciting feature of blockchain is the decentralization on one side, and also the creative power of this new technology, because I saw in a tweet some days ago, somebody text Ether and Bitcoin is not just a cryptocurrency, but a practice. And I think it's very accurate. It's not just that this new technology, it's not just innovation, it's the possibility of creation of a new order. And that is built in the technology. It's not just transfer of information like was internet 1.0 at the beginning, or it was a very good channel for sharing information, for sending information. But now it's not just, I think it's not just a truth machine. Like I think also it's very accurate, like say Michael Casey and Paul Vigna, they have a book, Truth Machine. But also I think this is a reality building machine, because transacting with the blockchain and saying that something belongs to somebody is not just a transfer of information. It's like an event. You're saying that that is real now, that somebody has something. That is a performative power. That is the very exciting of this. It's a blockchain. This new technology has this ability of creating something new in the world. And also the most important also is the decentralization, the democratic, the power of democratization. And that is also very, very important in the political level, I would say. That can also be very disruptive and make a break and a new beginning. That is also very exciting.
Yeah, I love that what you just said about blockchain technology. It's not only something that can verify the truth of a proposition, it's also creating those propositions. And then I also appreciate the statement about this kind of being a way of life, and Tyler and myself, who we'll speak with later, and I'm really looking forward to that conversation where we can dive more into these concepts of decentralization and maybe Bitcoin as a way of life. But both of us are kind of committed to the idea of philosophy as a way of life, and and that these technologies are allowing for the kinds of collaboration or requiring an amount of collaboration that like humans just aren't used to yet. And so it'll be really interesting to see how we shape the developments of this technology and how these developments of these technologies shape us. And really looking forward to your keynote presentation about that. And we'll talk more about that soon. Any last words to our viewers about anything going on at your university? You want to plug your club or maybe the National Scientific Technical Research Council?
Yeah, well, the last I would like to say, this is we are living a great time now, a opportunity. I think that is a very important word now. It's an opportunity and a challenge. Yeah, we're trying hard here with I managed to gather some people. We started a club, so Initium Blockchain Club, and yeah, we're trying to get the better of the opportunity of this time. It's not that easy. Everywhere in the world it's not easy, but we're trying that to do the best of ourselves and make the better of this opportunity. Yes, and I appreciate this to be here, and thank you and Tyler and everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. So where can people find you? On Twitter?
I'm Twitter and yeah, and Twitter and LinkedIn.
Federico Viola, everyone, from University of Santa Fe, National Scientific and Technical Research Council, Argentina. Thank you for coming on. And everyone, please tune into his keynote. It's going to be an awesome conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're tuned in to Reimagine 2020. Stay tuned to learn more about the state of the art in blockchain education and technological development all around the world. Reimagine 2020.
Yar, and now a lesson from the Crypto Glossary. LARPing. Live action role-playing as a cartoon or some other animated character on crypto Twitter, usually posting all day. Yar, can I say Yeah, they're bleeping it? Yar, those motherfuckers.
welcome back to another university segment of Reimagine 2020. My name is Tyler Olson, and I am the University Program Director at Mousebell. And joining me right now is Salman Tite. Salman, you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Salman Tite. I'm a student at Prague College, and I'm happy to be here with you.
Yeah, happy to have you. Prague College just recently got in touch with us, and your professor is doing a lot of work to, get blockchain education off the ground over there at Prague College. And we've been really happy to be in communication with him and sort of help him out in that respect. But before you tell me a little bit about that and what's happening on your campus, maybe you can share some of your background. How did you get interested in the crypto space? And more specifically, what about blockchain technology excites you?
I started to be interested at blockchain at the age I was around 20. Now I'm 25, so it's around 5 years ago. And it's because one of my family member, he actually works for a blockchain company. So I get to know a little bit about the background of blockchain and also about the cryptocurrency world. And since then, I started to be very interested how the technology works behind the Bitcoin and how it actually can change the world. So I started like this.
Yeah. What do you think are some of the most pressing issues that blockchain is a potential solution for?
I think especially companies that have a lot of partnerships that need to interact with each other a lot. So we can take, for example, in supply chain, where you have tier 1, 2, 3s all around the world, and the blockchain can really provide a great solution for these companies. And in addition, I think also in the finance and banking area, where blockchain can be integrated to assist to make transactions, of course, cheaper, faster, and more secure. So therefore, I think in the banking area, it could be also a great tool for bank to use.
How do things look in Prague? Are there banks, are the banks in Prague interested in this? Are they even talking about it? How about the government? What's their stance on this?
I think from 2017, when the currencies actually started to decline and the blockchain became a bit on the side, more not in the front, less company actually are talking about blockchain at the moment. I think there needs a lot of education to be done to actually that company will be aware of the potential that blockchain has beyond being just a cryptocurrency as Bitcoin, for example.
Right. They have to sort of actually become aware of how this might behoove them. Why would they even want to use something like a blockchain? And it seems that one of the big hurdles for banks and other kinds of financial institutions is this idea of having to give up the control or having to give up the power on something. They sort of think that it's just inherently a bad thing if you're not the one that has, the centralized authority to do certain things. But I think, in fact, what people are going to start to see is that there's a lot of advantages to having, working in the background. open, permissionless networks that, you know, you can sort of build things on top of, and you can circumscribe your own little space and sort of build your own little applications on that. You know, you can still have jurisdiction over your own little corner of the network in that respect, right? And so I think that it's only a matter of time before they start to see that things aren't really operating in the same paradigm that they're used to, and they're going to have to learn to separate all of the sort of advantages and sort of pleasures that come with having, you know, control over the sort of networks that you're working with and operating within, and actually having an open system that you can build things on top of. So yeah, I definitely agree that there's a lot of education that needs to take place before we see some big, you know, retail investors or, you know, banks integrating these types of systems.
Yeah. I
But
mean, I
yeah.
think also the current crisis can actually stimulate the use of blockchain, because many of these companies are seeking after a solution for the supply chain interruption that has been done by the virus. So I think that one of the alternatives will be actually the adoption of blockchain to make the supply chain more effective and efficient.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. This is a really opportune time for this technology to, you know, shine on and show us all what it's capable of doing. How about the general public in your area? Are people talking about cryptocurrencies? Do people use it? Are they skeptical?
I think that the reputation of the blockchain is something sometimes in a negative way around the average person, because they think directly about money laundering, about illegal activities that comes with the blockchain, because it's of course anonym as well if you can use it as a currency. So I think there should be much more to educate people about beyond that it can be used as also as a technology that supports cryptocurrencies, but it can also be used in a lot of other areas, as in businesses, in a private blockchain, for example, or in supply chain. So I think it's a lot about education.
Yeah. How about on your campus? What's the state of blockchain education look like over there?
In my university, we actually really learn a lot about blockchain, and also our professor really tried to integrate the blockchain as a solution of one of the problems that occur at the moment in the world, if it's about fintech, if it's about the COVID-19 pandemic that is happening, and if it's about to making the supply chain more efficient, and even if it's about banking. So many times in our assignment, we need to actually use the blockchain and to introduce it as one of the solution for the problem that are occurring now in the business environment.
So it's actually integrated into the course material. Like this is a part of the curriculum. Like there's classes that people can take on this stuff.
There is a class that is about fintech, and in the fintech class, actually blockchain is also one of the topics. And for example, when we need to write reports, many times we using the blockchain as a solution for one problem that we need to write about. So
I see. And what are y'all trying to do with your club?
At the moment, I mean, we just started the club 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago even, and our first project is from one girl that actually wants to put on the blockchain the cassava. Cassava, it's a root that is going in a couple of areas around the world, but she's from Nigeria. And she wants actually to put the farmer supply chain of cassava on the blockchain.
Right. I remember Bruce was telling us about that. Are there any other projects that you or any of your colleagues are working on?
At the moment, this is our main project, or also the first one. But there are some other ideas. One of them is factoring, is to use the blockchain to found small businesses with the use of smart contracts, of selling their invoices to gain working capital and good cash flow. So this is probably will be the second project that we will make.
Awesome. Well, we're starting to run out of time here, so I want to just sort of leave you with this one last question. You know, it's been an interesting year so far. We're not even 6 months into 2020, and you know, a lot of people have been losing their jobs. A lot of people have been getting sick, having to make a lot of adjustments on the fly. How do you see things going forward after all of this? What does the future look like to you? How do you want to reimagine 2020?
I think that, I mean, since January, when the pandemic started, it actually helped for people and for businesses understand how blockchain can be used for their business model, if it's in supply chain. So I think it's this pandemic gave it kind of a boost and accelerated. I mean, especially the knowledge about it and the use about it. And I'm sure that businesses will adopt it because of the pandemic and because they face problems that actually happened because of the pandemic. So for blockchain, I think it will be a great year.
I definitely agree. Well, Salman, thank you again for taking some time out of your day to hop on a quick chat with me. I hope that you have a good rest of 2020. I wish the club at Prague College a lot of success in your education endeavors, and feel free to reach out to us anytime you want. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
All right, man. Have a good day.
Thanks.
Fortune, I just got the news. I can be a millionaire too. Check the OP, what did he do? Gas in his bag till they go to the moon. Spent half an eighth, I got 1 million coins like the real McCoy. You know I feel that joy, cause if it goes to a buck, I won't believe my luck. And now 10 on my Lambos for me and my friends. Butterfly doors, but I'm already in dock. Trump is like Biff from my squad on the block. Chain with a hold alive. Chat rooms we scroll at night. Bitcoin ether, been told twice. Now I hold my ish like it's Moldavite. Going to the stars cause it's only right. Read the white paper, I was sold that side. Now I steal my shit coins cause I'm overhyped. We can't take the pressure. Cashing out for you was tether. My craft ship shape. Ashy sails through stormy weather. With pleasure, come with me on this endeavor. I will be smoking fat joints on Italian leather. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. This goes out to my crypto squad and the crypto gods. Blockchain clearing that fiscal clog. Rolling through town like the Frisco fog. Push the button, bought some coins. Now push the button, start my whip. Used to push my feet through the tenderloin. Now I'm pushing this spaceship. Some thought it was a bubble. Now vision doubled. Wishing they had taken the trouble. Hardware wallets, private keys, no more paper and duffels. Bank staying puzzle. Now I'm going for hikes. Have a mountain sex. My returns just hit 10,000x. Used to be humble. Now I proudly flex. Should I fly to Dubai or Saudi next? And I only cashed out part of my assets. Hodled to my last breath. Not the one to half step. It's it's so strange. Wealth is like a rebirth, clawed my way out of debt, fueled by my research. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, heart racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, heart racing like ambulance.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard. Not sure which coins to buy? Just go with the cheapest.
Breaking news, this just in. Justin's son has officially announced when he will officially announce that big announcement he announced on Twitter last week. More details to follow as they come in. Back to you.
Welcome back to another university segment. My name is Tyler Olson. I am the University Program Director at Mousebelt. And joining me today are some of the members of the Blockchain Club at UT Dallas. Do y'all care to go around and introduce yourselves real quick?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I am Luis Sosta. I am the current president of the UTD Blockchain Club at Dallas.
Hey, I'm Arsh Singh. I'm the director of the East Dallas Blockchain Club.
Hey guys, my name's Anish. I'm the VP, the old VP of the UT Dallas Blockchain Club. I'll be graduating this semester.
Hi everyone, my name's Rachna. I'm the Chief Operations for the UT Dallas Blockchain Club.
Kevin, you're muted.
You're muted, Kevin. You're muted on Zoom, Kevin. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Kevin. I am a tech officer at the UTD Club, Blockchain Club.
Great. Well, I'm glad to have you all here. Thanks for taking some time out of your day to hop on this call. You know, one thing that I've noticed as I go deeper down the crypto blockchain rabbit hole is that there's a wide variety of people. And I think that that's in large part because there's a lot of different things that attract people to this space. You know, you have a lot of people that are tech oriented and they're really trying to sort of build out what they see to be the sort of cutting edge of this little corner of the tech world. There's, you know, your anarcho-capitalist types, the people that are really trying to reinvent the notion of open in free markets, and then you have just your sort of moon boys and girls, people that are just trying to capitalize on a sort of extremely volatile market and what have you. So I want to know a little bit about y'all's background. How did you get interested in the crypto sphere? How did you come into the space, and what excites you about blockchain?
Well, I'll go ahead and kick us off. I got involved because I'm a very nosy person. The first day in college, the week before school started, moved in. I heard like the RA next to the hall next to mine talking about some sort of workshop or meeting, and because I'm always open to new opportunities, new things to learn, new things that can be done in order to grow both myself personally and my career. And that's how I got introduced to the former president of the club, and ended up becoming the webmaster for the club and learning more about the technical sides of it and different uses. And I'm excited a lot about the different problems it could solve and the opportunities it creates in a emerging technology or market. Right, the best time to get into AI was 12 years ago. Similarly, a lot of the problems solved around supply chains and orchestrations and sort of protocol level finance stuff that companies like JP Morgan, Barclays, and a bunch of others are leveraging a lot. Just leaves a lot of opportunity for younger people from different backgrounds to be able to go much further than they would naturally be able to. Does anyone else want to talk about their background?
I'll go second. So actually, I also joined the club because Luis is nosy and can't mind his own business. Funny enough, I was having a conversation with a friend, and he just walks in, and that's how we met. And he just walks in and starts talking. But like eventually, he's like, "Hey, you should totally join the blockchain club." And so I decided to come in, go to a couple meetings. It was interesting. I joined as a marketing officer back my sophomore year, I think. And then I moved to a tech officer, and then I became the VP as I am now. And we kicked off the search program last semester, or I guess 2 semesters ago, to help spread some of the blockchain love around the UT Dallas community.
So I'll go next. Because obviously blockchain is such a buzzword that if I saw it on a wall on a notice board, I was like, yeah, I gotta be part of this club. So yeah, I just went to a couple of meetings, and then they, at the end of, I think, fall 18, or spring 18, spring 19, they opened up application for officers. And I applied to be an event coordinator because I just love being part of clubs, and I feel like that's the best way to get into something. And and that's where I met Luis and Anish and everyone. And of course, I've been learning a lot about the technology as my time at the club. And recently, I was moved up to the director of the Search Mentorship Program. And I've been really enjoying my time here. And I guess the best thing that I like about blockchain till now is that it's the free market. It's that it's not just one entity controlling it, that everyone can have their own share.
So yeah, kind of how I got into blockchain was because Luis couldn't mind his business, and part of it was also because one of my classes, so I'm actually a business student, so not really into the technical side of things, but one of my classes had a man come in, and he was coming in to teach us about blockchain, just like the basics of it, but he also claimed to have been the first person to discover it, which is yet to be, confirmed or not. But the way he was just talking about the possible uses and stuff got me interested. And then a couple months later, Luis and I reconnected, and he said, there's this club I'm involved with. I think it'd be great to come in as an event coordinator. And so that's kind of how I got into it as well. But yeah, it's so interesting just because there's so many different markets that it could serve. And so that's kind of what I want to explore more going forward.
Hi, I'm Kevin. So how I got into the whole blockchain space was back around 2 years ago. I started investing in Bitcoin, and this was all just coincidental. And I started off making a lot of money, like a lot of money. However, near the end, I decided to pull the money out. And as I was pulling the money out, I sent the Bitcoin to the wrong address. And as a result, I lost all of my funds. And I mean, it was a realization. It was a rude awakening to me to see that. So, I mean, throughout the whole journey, I was also looking around and researching about cryptocurrencies, and just over time grew an interest in it. And so, like, blockchain itself to me is not only technical but also financial. So I looked into the technical aspects of blockchain, and afterwards, I started realizing the implications of its financial aspects. So, and what I realized is that living in America, because that's where I am, I'm living in America, it's very different than some other places where banking may not be something that is common. And that's where I started seeing the practical uses for blockchain in the future, not necessarily now. And over time, I just got more and more interested to where now I believe that maybe blockchain technology or just cryptocurrencies in general will be the future. Maybe there's a potential to be a part of a great change. And that is what led me to knowing more about blockchain. And throughout my university time, and I decided that, hey, these people seem to know something about blockchain, because generally speaking, whenever I walk up to a random person and talk about blockchain or any Bitcoin things, they're just like, what is that? Or I heard about it like 2 years ago, but I don't know about it anymore. So it's really nice to be a part of people who I can just go out and talk to about anything blockchain related, and that's what made me feel like feel really comfortable being around these people in this club.
Evan, my heart is breaking for you, man. How did you make the mistake that you made? How did you send it to the wrong address? Did you sort of was one digit off, or what happened there?
No, it was classic, I guess. So at that time I had Bitcoin, and so I was at a different exchange. I believe the exchange was called Trade Satoshi or something. So I was trying to withdraw my Bitcoin to like I believe it was Coinbase, because Coinbase had the option to liquidate the money and send it to your bank account. So recently, well, not really recently, but it was been like a couple months, but a new coin at that time came out called Bitcoin Cash. So their ticker symbol was really, really close. So Bitcoin's was BTC, a Bitcoin Cash had a BCH ticker, and they also looked a lot similar in their symbol. So I ended up sending my money to a Bitcoin Cash address, and it just got stuck there. So I was like messaging the exchange that I was working with, Trader Satoshi, and they're like, sorry, we can't help you. Even though I researching this topic, and that it is possible to reverse this transaction, they just didn't want to do it. So yeah, my funds have been stuck ever since.
That physically hurt.
Yeah. Well, you know, some of the best lessons in life hurt the most. So, yeah, now I know that if you put in the wrong address, at least for most wallets and exchanges, it will tell you right away that it's not recognized as a BTC address or something like that, right? So you can sort of nip those in the bud more easily now, I hope. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Which, like, you know, that brings me to my next question. There's a lot to learn in this space. You know, there's a lot going on under the hood, as it were. And at least in my own case, I find that I'm trying to always sell this stuff to people in the sense of I'm trying to convince them, or I'm trying to persuade them that it's important, you know? And once you find yourself trying to persuade them that it's important, naturally you have to go into a little bit of the technical details because, right, you have to show them how it's different from the alternative, right? So like the notion that it's important and that it's going to change the future is inseparable from some of the technical specs, right? So that is to say that there's a lot to learn, and I think that there's a sort of an important need for education, not just at institutions like UT Dallas, for example, but just in our everyday lives and sort of everyday conversations. So I wonder what it looks like in your region. Is this a hotbed of activity in the Dallas area? And more specifically, what does it look like on your campus? What does the state of blockchain education look like on your campus? Are people into cryptocurrencies? Do people generally know a thing or two about blockchain
People
tech?
know about cryptocurrencies. They don't know any more besides that. I would say our business school is probably better educated than the engineering department on that end. There is, I think, one sort of blockchain related class on the engineering side of it. The business schools, I think they have more options. A lot of our sales program touches upon it as part of one of the things that one might have to sell a solution for, and a entire like master's degree is dedicated to blockchain, RPAs, and a few other sort of emerging technologies. So I would say the business side of it is slightly better, but on the university side, I mean, higher degree. This is just my own bias, so I mean, I'm sure other people here will have a better decision. But I would never bet on a higher education moving at anything like the speed at which blockchain moves, even just at the speed at which like AI actually moves in practice. They just don't have, in my opinion, the adaptability for that kind of stuff. So you see a lot of universities just lagging years behind in curriculum in that sense, both in blockchain specifically and generally.
Yeah, I agree with Luis. It's definitely not. At least I have not seen anything yet at UT Dallas that, from an academic point of view, that would actually teach kids or students about blockchain or what its implications are. But yeah, I mean, yeah, he's right. Honestly, even if they do, there's no point because it's moving so fast. And the academic curriculums don't change at such a fast pace. So it would definitely be more useful that people just go on their own and learn about it, teach themselves, become better.
Yeah, so my perspective on this is essentially, I feel like campus, especially in the business school, they've been more receptive to blockchain recently. We've actually found a lot of traction with financial engineering, and a lot of supply chain stuff in business school. Not so much in the engineering school, funny enough. So I think what I view blockchain on campus is it's still technology in its infancy, right? It needs to grow, it needs to be adopted. And what I view the club as is being a good place to learn those basics, because classes don't have these cutting edge technologies as something that's being taught. So that's what Luis and I and Arshdeep and the whole team has done with Surge and with other programs we're running, is to do that kind of education and to have that outreach towards people on campus who wouldn't otherwise get material. Another issue we face at UTD is the fact it's a commuter campus. And so a lot of people aren't as receptive to coming to online, in-person events, right? And online doesn't have the same feel to things. So that's a problem we've been dealing with over the last couple of years. But yeah, that's my take on this.
Yeah, so basically what everyone said, when it comes to education-wise and it comes to fast-moving technologies like this, and keeping up with the pace that the world's going with, clubs are usually just the best way. You can't really rely on academics or the school itself. Clubs are the best way to teach yourself and join other people who want to learn the same thing, which is why it's great that UTD has so many clubs like this. But yeah, and then again, the business school is very receptive to these new technologies and stuff. So yeah.
Must be nice to be in a school like
yeah,
Paris.
just as everyone. sorry. So just like everyone else has been stated, the business school is much more in position for blockchain than the technical schools and the engineering schools. But in a way, I kind of want to help change that, or just try and help people become more aware of blockchain. So one of the reasons why I would join this blockchain club is so that I can go out and help expand on people's knowledge of what blockchain is, kind of give presentations on the subject through the club. This in a way to help open people up and also help myself too, because I struggle with speaking properly and portraying my thoughts to people. So this will help me definitely, and I feel like other people get a lot out of it, because blockchain, it's very likely to be here to stay, and I want as many people to know about it as possible so that they can become more aware of this subject and be able to make more rational decisions based on the information provided. And I just want everyone to kind of have this opportunity at UTD and starting with me giving presentations, because it is very lacking in this area. There's not many people who know about blockchain when they should, especially the computer science students.
Yeah, and that's why we think Reimagine 2020 would be actually the perfect spot for that.
The perfect spot for what? I'm sorry.
The Reimagine conference would be a great starting point for so many people who are still not sure about where to go, where to start from.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, I mean, that's a good point. And that's why we wanted to bring in our student members and kind of give them a chance to share their experiences and sort of show people some of the hurdles that they face, and really getting all that they want out of blockchain education, you know. And it sort of comes back to that sort of idea that you were touching on, Kevin, about how it's sort of it's really important that we bring the business people into conversation with the technical people, because right, like this space is going to grow with both of those hand in hand, right? So we need the tech people to kind of build out the infrastructure, but we also need the business people to understand things at a high level so that they can then turn around and communicate it to, right, you know, VCs or just to like the general public, so that they know kind of, you know, what the implications are here, why it's something that they may need, or why it's something that they should care to cozy up to eventually.
Yeah, and just to sort of follow up on the point you made earlier, even though the universities are much slower, corporations and companies are much faster on the ball. So here in Dallas, we have been able to do a lot of major sponsor projects where a lot of our members are able to actually get funding for their projects or get paid to their projects. So there's been one with Toyota. I think JP Morgan is interested in doing one. IBM has a similar protocol. So there's a lot of major companies that are interested in pushing it forward. A lot of financial companies that work a lot with asset management, like low level, like moving of the assets, are interested in it. I just think universities just naturally move a lot slower. So I think your partnerships are going to be much more productive with industry.
To tag on to that, we also have Hedera, which is a pretty big blockchain company, I guess DLT company around here, who has done quite a bit for hackathons and things of the sort, in terms of just community outreach and looking out for just sponsoring blockchain dev, right? Also have a lot of independent entrepreneurs in the blockchain field who are building their own products. I know Luis and I had the pleasure of working on a product back in freshman year, which was a cool little crypto app, which lets you do fantasy football, right? So a lot of really cool ideas going out there. Even in the Dallas area, even though the university isn't as hot, a lot of individuals still in that field. So there's a bit of a mismatch.
How about the rest of you? Any other projects in the works or on the horizon?
Russian, you're muted.
I work with a team of officers on a supply chain management product. We ran into a lot of technical and legal issues, but yeah, we're trying to make something that simplifies the supply chain management process and ensures risk management.
And Kevin is also doing another project that he presented for, but you know, he's a very humble man, so he doesn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, Kevin, tell us about it.
Oh, okay. So for one of our projects that my team members did, it was 3 of us in total. We created a recycling app. So the idea is that a bunch of items have a unique code to them, like a barcode. So like Coke products, there's a unique QR code on Coke products. So the idea is to take these items and scan them to the blockchain as a way to help incentivize people to recycle. So the reason why we scan this to the blockchain is to just make sure that no one else is tampering with this information, that the product that gets scanned actually does get scanned and gets recorded, as opposed to someone accidentally losing losing the database information or accidentally deleting it. So we built it as a mobile app, and it has features such as allowing the user to log into Google or make an account. The camera features, of course, to scan the code, and it has another page where you can check to see how much you have made. So like it's built on top of off of Ethereum, and the way that we did it was we created our own coin through Ethereum, and then we use that coin to give it to users whenever they recycle. So like our idea was that you shouldn't force blockchain onto consumers or just the general population. Blockchain should be hidden away, and blockchain is not supposed to take over an application. It's supposed to help in the background. That's how we saw it. So we didn't want to show our users, hey, you have 100 of these coins we made for you. Like, the users will be confused, like, what is this coin for? How do I change it or redeem it? So instead, we just, in the background, we converted all that to their respective currency so that they will be able to better understand how much money they have made through recycling. So that was our project, in a way to help people recycle more.
You know, I've always thought it would be cool if you could write a smart contract that would deploy payment to the same wallet that was used to pay for the bottle when you put it in the recycling receptacle. So you would have something akin to like an RFID scanner, right? That would, I guess, activate the smart contract so that when you put it in the recycling bin or something, it would sort of register that it was going in like the recycling bin, and then you would get an automated payment for like a recycling refund, right? Sent back to the same wallet that you used to sort of purchase the bottle or something like that.
Yeah, and a lot of the projects, partnership with other entrepreneurs or companies, have sort of been put on pause as the entire world has sort of grinded to a halt. But as you can see, both in this conference and elsewhere, people are still finding interesting things to do with all the extra time they have.
Yeah. So, you know, that brings me to my last question, because we're starting to run out of time here. How do y'all see all of this moving forward? How do you see the future unfolding, or how do you want to reimagine 2020 in light of all that we've been through, not even 6 months into the year?
Well, webinars are going to be much important. And even though Anish said that, you know, it's not the same online, we're going to have to find a way of making it the same. Because I would love for this to be over in July. I'm not very hopeful of that matter. So we're going to have to find a ways of, you know, both the search program that Arsh and Anish lead, and the hackathon, which is, you know, shouldered by Rachna here. Those are going to be very hard to organize and run successfully online. But I think a lot of companies, organizations are going to have to find a way of doing everything online and everything remotely, which is obviously much more difficult, but it's what's going to happen. And on the business side of it, I think this is going to be a sort of rude awakening for the supply chain world. And that's where blockchain is going to come up probably quite a bit, because some of the problems that we came up at Toyota for the projects that they wanted to do is that our supply chain it's a very beautiful house of cards, but it is a house of cards, right? And we need to find a way of using whatever technologies we can, and blockchain is one of them, along with AI and a bunch of others, to build a more robust system that doesn't fail at the smallest amount of pressure. But I know all of these people, but yeah, that's sort of my take on it.
Yeah, I agree with Luis. I think companies and actually pretty much everything in today's world would like to move towards something online or some online platform, because we're currently facing such a massive issue that all classes, all jobs, every single thing, webinars, club activities, everything is online. And I'm sure even when this is over, people would like to keep some of the aspect in. It'll be really hard for people to, I guess, balance it out, that what should be physical, what should not be physical, what can be done online, and what should be done online. And of course, from a club perspective, it'll be a challenge for all of us to figure out how to carry on the club's activities, because inherently club is a very face-to-face, in-person organization. So yeah, that would be a big challenge, but I'm really looking forward to it, and hopefully we can find a great way to keep people involved on campus and also off it.
Cool. So for me personally, what I feel like is in the immediate future, I don't know if DeFi will blow up as big because of regulatory issues, but I think it's good to keep exploring that field, right? Looking into DeFi, looking into its practical applications, but also looking to talk to our lawmakers and representatives in government on, their viewpoint on these things, and introduce technology to them in the way that they can go lobby for the interest of the blockchain field, right? Because it's tough to get actual regulatory power without having representation up at the top. So I think at the moment, it's still not, DeFi isn't like as big as it should be, or it will be. There's a lot of growth left. But I think immediately, I think we'll, especially during like harder times, we'll begin seeing better application quality in blockchain. I don't really know what that means, but I think we'll see fewer of those apps where you're like, why did they use a blockchain at all? They could have just used a centralized database. Like, why is that a blockchain? Right. So I think because people will have less free capital to toss around, hopefully we see better applications of blockchain, which is, something that cannot be done on a centralized database, but now can on the blockchain. So also growth-wise, what I hope to see is better education on this topic, which is what Surge is directed towards, is better education about blockchain, about web development as a whole, right? Integrating, making user-friendly applications with a backend and a blockchain-based database for all kinds of purposes, whatever is a good purpose. So yeah, that's my viewpoint.
So for me, blockchain reminds me of two words. There's trust and there's transparency. And coincidentally, there's not a lot of that going on right now. There's, we don't trust a lot of what our, government's politicians are saying. We don't trust each other. There's not a lot of transparency when it comes to moving forward because we don't know what the future is going to look like. And so I think that's interesting because we are going to have that trust. And I think blockchain will help gain that trust and also create transparency within these companies going forward. And so like Anish was saying, if we come up with proper uses and better uses of blockchain technology, it'll be a lot easier to trust our information that's coming in from, remote places. And so I think it'll just, be easier to switch this like new world that we live in, right, with the use of blockchain. So that's how I see 2020 going forward.
So as for me, again, blockchain is both technical and financial. So in 2020, there's been so many historical events happening, such as the crash of oil contracts into the negatives, and Fed printing trillions of dollars. Not that the Fed hasn't been printing in general over the years, but just massive amounts. But to me, the most significant and interesting part of 2020 is that there has been talks about the Federal Reserve creating their own digital currency amidst all of this crisis, which, I mean, I'm not 100% sure if blockchain is the future, but blockchain is helping to give us an insight of what the future might look like. And so you're seeing this struggle because right now the Federal Reserve is thinking about, hey, let's create our own digital currency and make this process much more faster than the current traditional system. And at the same time, you have, I believe it was I think it was the president, I can't remember who it was, saying, hey, if the Federal Reserve can create their own digital currency, why can't we just do it ourselves and just leave the Federal Reserve out? The Federal Reserve is pretty much useless at this point if we can create our own digital currency. Yeah, so it was just this power struggle through, and then over this one concept of digital currencies. Now, whether or not it's a good thing or not is up to your opinion, and only the future might tell, because if the government gets hold of blockchain technology and actually uses it, it's not going to be decentralized. At least it's not feasible for government to have a decentralized or create a decentralized currency. So, which in my opinion is not good. It's not good at all. If the government creates their own cryptocurrency and centralizes it, that means that they control all of our money. And forget prisons. They can just lock your account and you're pretty much, there's no hope for you anymore. Like, you won't be able to buy food or anything. But yeah, I've been keeping up with the finances and the financial aspects of how the market is going in 2020. And one of the channels on YouTube, because I get a lot of information from YouTube. So one person that I really recommend is Mike Maloney. He just gives phenomenal data on the current market and what's going on across the world, in the US, everywhere. And he just presents it all to you, and just, he wants to help overall. And so again, getting back to where I'm beginning to talk about, it's that in 2020, it's just, what I expect for 2020 is a major breakthrough in the financial systems. Maybe it's 2021 or 2022, but we're really starting to see the cracks in the financial systems opening up, and it's wild. It's wild. That's my take on 2020. It's wild.
Wild indeed. Well, that's some wonderful insights there, y'all. Thank you very much for joining me today and taking some time out of your day to hop on this call. Blockchain at UT Dallas, I hope that y'all have a wonderful rest of the year.
Thank you. Same to Mouse Bells. We appreciate, all your support. And take care.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Cool.
Stay tuned to learn more about the state of blockchain education at major universities all around the world. Reimagine 2020.
Hey, what's up? We're just Lucas from San Francisco, California. We're hosting a special DJ set for Reimagine 2020. We have our first guest, Paul Hemming, and later on you guys are going to have Nikki and Mel from Lux Entertainment. Enjoy the show.
Smoking this, drinking that, hitting it hoes.
Twerking that, hitting it, hoes.
Get the loot, get the ice, fuck the white, no doubt. Let's get high.
Understood. BTC, what I'm gonna do with you and that butt. Coming out the shower and I know you smelling good. Come and spend the night with me, you know that you should. Feeling right, he's feeling good. Let's make things understood. BTC, what I'm gonna do with you and that butt. Coming out the shower and I know you smelling good. Come and spend the night with me, you know that you should. Feeling right, he's feeling good. Let's make things understood.
Dr. Spadeso, and I am here to help you dance. Help you dance, 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 help you dance. hope you dance.
Watch me work it. What's your name? dancing.
Baby dancing like a freak. Mouth tweaking when you speak. Baby dancing like a freak. Mouth tweaking when you speak. Baby dancing like a freak. Mouth tweaking when you speak. Baby dancing like a freak. Mouth tweaking when you speak. Baby dancing like a freak. Baby dancing like a freak. Mouth tweaking when you speak. Baby dancing like a freak. Mouth tweaking when you speak. Baby dancing like a freak. Baby dancing like a freak. Mouth tweaking when you speak.
tonight we get to experiment and we get to play a nice long set. We don't have set times, it's whoever's feeling the music jumps on. A lot of back-to-back action, so it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be playing a lot of different kind of styles of music. Not just typical, tech house kind of thing. Not just typical, tech house kind of thing. Not just typical, tech house kind of thing.
watching. Just finished ball hamming in Temple SF. We all Temple family.